Alright, let's see if this works. Hello everyone. While I wait for everybody to roll in, I suppose I will say, for the VOD viewers, I don't know how this is going to work out. Picross is a much slower game than I usually play on stream. But at the same time, when I'm actually doing a puzzle, I might not be able to think and talk at the same time. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, a bit of a change of pace. It might be better for streaming, but it might be worse. We'll see. I'm halfway through the Yasashi Picross. Easy Picross. Hello everybody. Have to try to remember. The Picross is kind of interesting if you've never played it, because you end up building like a bunch of heuristics in your head about how you solve puzzles when you don't necessarily entirely know how to explain it to somebody else. That's why I've actually been kind of interested in doing making a Picross solver or something like that. Because I would have to actually think about the rules and figure out what it is I'm doing when I solve a puzzle. But there's like, yeah, you come up with patterns and things that have to be true in order to solve them. I just wanted to stream Picross. I did enjoy Dungeons and Diagrams though. I still have 2 rows of puzzles to go in that. Happy birthday, Tectonic. Hope you have a good one. If you have anything better to do, I advise you to go do that. If not, you're welcome to chill out, obviously. Yeah, this is an original Game Boy game, yeah. This one didn't release outside of Japan. Text is in Japanese, so we'll get a little bit of Japanese practice as well. Let's find out what this is. Pot. Just pot. Pot. Potto. After Picross 3D, I find the 2D ones incredibly boring. I never played Picross 3D. I don't think I've ever finished a Picross game, because there's always way more puzzles than you would think. They always go on really, really long, so I don't think I've ever actually finished one. Well, that's exactly how I'd spend my birthday as well, Tectonic, so nothing better if you ask me. I hate when there's like a large number of numbers. Like that one there is 5 ones, so I can probably figure out where all these fit. It has to be here, here, and here. It's an umbrella. Hello. What's an umbrella called in Japanese? Kasa. Kasa. Oh yeah? You have an English copy of this? Are you sure? Maybe you have a Game Boy Color one. I don't think this released outside of Japan, but I'm not sure. It's kind of fun to play the Japanese version regardless. Learn a few Japanese words. Yeah, someone might want to remind me every once in a while to change the music. I can kind of hear it here. I don't know if it's coming through on the... You might have a little bit of echo or background noise because I can kind of hear it out on my TV as well. But it'll probably help me remember to change it, because if I keep going with the same music, it'll drive you all mad. I haven't been doing much reading lately. Just been playing a bunch of games. Looks like a bell to me. Yeah, bell. Just a bell. I haven't been watching Evo. Haven't been keeping up with fighting games at all lately. Ever play Hunt Showdown? No, doesn't ring a bell. Don't think I've ever even heard of it. Is it new? It's gotta be a shoe. Maybe a specific kind of shoe, like a boot. Looks like a shoe. Boots. I always get, when katakana, I always get su and shi mixed up because they're so similar. Pretty sure it's boots. Boots. Oh, I'm not out of it. Just a low energy stream though, isn't it? I mean, I figure it suits Picross to not be too energetic about things, so I'm not trying. Just taking it easy. I like playing these games to relax, you know? Yeah, I know the difference between them two. I know that it's the you know, the direction of the little things. Obviously, I know it's just hard to remember exactly which is which. Sometimes hesitate filling in blocks that I know I should fill in because I'm just not sure if I got them right in the first place. Certain things you should be able to do if you got the puzzle, like if you have everything right, all your... In these puzzles, if you make a mistake chipping away a piece, it'll penalize you and it'll rub it out. But it won't, you don't get penalized by putting an X onto a space that actually has a mark in it. So you can get those wrong. And if you get one wrong, then like if you make an assumption based on a wrong thing that you put in at some point, you can fuck up very easily. Yeah, it's a candle and it just says Kandaru. 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 I don't know exactly how many Picross games I've played. A bunch of them though. Mostly on the DS. See this, how I fill these in this column, it's a kind of heuristic that's difficult to describe. It's like, first of all, if we just imagine the 6, right? The 6 has to be in both of these places because it overlaps completely. But also because there's a 1 here, I know there has to be a 1 and an X before the 6. So I fill in these 2 places, and then I fill in 2 places below for the 1 and the X, and I know that they all have to be filled. But when I first started playing, you know, I would have to picture that and kind of like picture how it at its most compact, and then kind of drag the compact version up and down in your mind to see which blocks are always filled. But then eventually you figure out that you can just like, once you do it enough times, you realize that there's a rule that just works every time if you do it that way, you know. It's kind of cool that you can even come to those kinds of techniques or whatever without ever being told. That was my favorite part of Dungeons and Diagrams, is it's actually quite different from Picross. Like different enough that there was a bunch of things that really should have been obvious in the beginning but weren't. So the early puzzles are much harder than they would be if you could go back to them. Because you figure out stuff. Like in Dungeons and Diagrams, if a path goes into a corner, it has to come out this corner, and then that has to be a wall, and you know, little things like that. I suppose I probably shouldn't have said that because it's kind of like a little technique spoiler, but whatever. Yeah, they did a paper version of Dungeons and Diagrams at some point. Somebody asked, what did I think of Last Call BBS? It's in Dungeons and Diagrams is in that, so yeah, I've played it. Yeah, they did a paper version of Dungeons and Diagrams at some point, but I never played it because I don't think the rules were clarified well enough to be sure of what I was doing in it. I wanted to play it, but I was like, what does it mean for a treasure chest to have a 3x3 room with no exit? Because that could mean that the walls are on the diagonals, or maybe, you know, at the diagonal part of the wall, does that have to be filled in as well to make it a complete room? There's like little ambiguities like that when you have written rules, and it's difficult to know for sure that you're following them correctly. So I was really glad that they did a digital version of that. Yeah, I still have about 2 rows of Dungeons and Diagrams puzzles to go. I can't hear the music anymore, did I know that? It's a tap, is it? Jaguchi. Don't trust my pronunciation or even my reading of all these things. I get it wrong sometimes, but Jaguchi, I think. Tap. See, I probably should have a smoother way of doing stuff like this, but how I do this in my mind anyway is, we know that there has to be 1x, 1x, so then I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that has to be filled, like that. Count backwards then from the start. Has to be filled. I don't know if people want me to explain what I'm doing here. So I think it's the kind of thing that it looks almost like magic when you don't know the rules, but it's not that complicated. That has to be a 2, I think. This. Yeah, pretty sure that has to be a 2. Where are we at here? 1, 2, 3, 5. Explanation would be cool if it's not too much trouble. I suppose it's yeah. Well, just a warning then that, you know, this'll take away some of the joy of learning Picross for yourself. But yeah, I'll explain a few things. Something to talk about at least, isn't it? Okay, so this row here, we got a 1 and a 3. But I know, so it's a question, is this a 1? The first one is already marked off, right? The first one on the left has already been filled in, this one here. So I know this one has to be either a 1 or a 3. But if we imagine that that's the 1, then there has to be an X here, and then the 3 has to come after it. But there's not enough room for that. So even though I don't know where the 1 goes, there must be a 1 somewhere in here, and I don't know where that goes just yet. But I know this has to be a 3, because there's only enough room to fill it in now before the end, so I can fill these in safely. And there are only 2s on this row, so that has to be closed off. There's only, so this is a 5, 1, 1 row, and now there's only one space left to put that last one, so it has to go there. Likewise, this has to be closed off because we know that there's ones at the end here. That's a 5, so it's closed off there. This is closed off, so it has to extend out here. Likewise, has to extend. This has to extend. So if they're backed into a corner, it's very easy to figure them out as long as you know which number you're working on. So you just extend it out in the only direction you can extend it. So the numbers have to be contiguous, right? If there's a 2, when it says 2, 2, it has to be 2 blocks together and 2 blocks together. You just don't know where in the row they are, you know? So there's a 1, 1, so that's all closed off because we filled that row in. That's not filled in. That we know that has to be a 1, so I put an X there. And now I'm looking at the columns instead of the rows. I was looking at the rows. So that's 1, 1 on this column, so that has to be closed off. That's not okay. This is kind of an interesting one. We know there's 4 1s in here, right? So there has to be 2 1s in here, but there's no other configuration they'll work in other than like this and this. Because if I put a 1 here, it has to be closed off on both sides, which doesn't leave enough room for either other 1 to be put in, right? So that has to be closed off. These have to be closed because now we've filled in this row completely. Now there's only 2 places to put the remaining ones here, so we fill that in, and that's it. I don't know what this is. What is this? Yeah, if it says 2, 2, they have to be separated. Thank you. Thank you. Like a light or a light switch? What the fuck is it? A light bulb? Oh, it is. It's a light bulb. Thank you. It's a light bulb. Alright, it's gotten a bit trickier now because there's no numbers that go over 5. When a number goes over 5, you can very easily tell that it has to fill in some of the middle spaces because there's nowhere else to put it. So, this is going to be the trickiest one so far, but once I get a start on it, it should be okay. This is where I'll start. 1, 2, X. What I'm doing here is I'm imagining that the 2 is filled in as high up as it possibly can be. And then I'm going to imagine, okay, so this is all the remaining space for the 4, right? In the best case scenario where the 2 is in the very first position here, the 4 has this much space to live in, right? So now if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, right? These 4 tiles here are filled. And then if I kind of imagine sliding the 4 down in my mind, right? So that I can cover each possibility, right? So the 4 could be 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be there. Or it could be 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be there. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be there. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you add all of those up in your mind, what you'll find is that has to be filled. Because that was filled in every scenario we could imagine there. But the easiest way to do that is actually just to imagine the top case, the 1, 2, 3, 4 at the top, and the bottom case, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's your overlap. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. This one is filled. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one is filled. And since it's filled in both scenarios, it has to be filled. So no matter what is true, what else is true about this row, even if the 2 is here, if the 2 is here even, this has to be filled. Because that's the maximum living room that the 4 has. And now we can do a whole bunch of other stuff. Because this is a tree, right? And we know there's nothing else in this column. The furthest that the tree can stretch out is it can go 1, 2, 3. So now I know that this can't be filled, right? And the same goes in the other direction. These can't be filled because the tree can't reach out to touch them, right? The same is true here. This 4 could extend down here, but it can't be there either, right? It can't reach out 1, 2, 3, 4. That's as far as it can go in that direction. And this can't be filled in now because the 3 won't fit in here. So those have to be closed off as well. Likewise here, this has to be closed off. And now this is a good avenue for further expansion because the 4 will probably overlap with itself again. 1, 2, 3, 4. right? And if I start here, 1, 2, 3, 4, so that has to be filled. Now this is an interesting one. If we imagine that the 4 is in the earliest position, so I go 1, 2, 3, 4, you'll see that there's no room for the 2 to fit in anymore, because it has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, X, 1, 2, right? So this means that the 4 has to be in here, and the 2 has to be in here. And if the 2 has to be in here, then this has to be filled, because it's 1, 2, and 1, 2, right? This is filled in both cases where the 2 could be. And also, because we know that the very last number in this row is a 1, this is a special case that happens a lot. Because the very last, or very column, sorry, the very last number in this column has to be a 1, right? That means there can't be anything here, right? Because there's no room to put in another 1 anymore. So these 2 have to be filled. Or these 2 have to be crossed out. Because we know this has to be the 1, because the 1 can no longer be in this space, because if it was, it would become a 2. So that has to be closed off. And these have to be closed off because there's not enough space. And now this 4 can be extended, right? We update our information. We know that the 4 still could start here and go 1, 2, 3, 4. But now the earliest it can start is here. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4. And these 2 have to be filled now as well. So that the possibilities for the 4 here are being whittled down. And now, because I know there's nothing else can fit in here other than a 4. This has to be a 4, and it can't extend this way because that's blocked off. So now we know where all of that 4 is. And this can't be a 1, so it has to connect to the 4. And now it has to be a 4, and it has to go there. So I think I'll stop explaining. I think I did enough explaining for now. Well, this makes sense. Hopefully it made sense. That's yeah, I was doing a similar thing there where I know that the 4 has to be, since this is all one number, that has to be joined, but I still don't know whether the 4 is in this square or this square, but I do know that that has to be filled in. First mistake. Okay, what did I get wrong there? Oh, there's another 2. Okay. Okay. Well, that has to be filled in. I hate when I make a mistake that reveals useful information. Okay. I don't know if it's in this one, but usually when you keep playing a Picross game, they introduce another set of Picross that don't tell you when you've made a mistake, so you have to be extra careful. Looks like an anchor to me. E-carry? E-carry? I'm reading that correctly, or is it... Yeah, it's E-carry, yeah. Helicopter. 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 If you do the maths for this column in your head, it turns out there's only one possible configuration. You just get better at doing it if you play more Picross. That's the only way all of this stuff will fit in. A ball? Is it a specific kind of ball? Tennis ball? Just ball, dude. Just ball. Brand wants to complete Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection on the highest difficulty. It's tough. It's tough. I never even finished the second loop myself. I'm still too stubborn to take magic. Oh, what's the text? Yeah, it's asking if I want a hint. This is another kind of interesting case that I haven't explained yet. Because this top number is a 1, there's a 1 and a 6. So this could be the 1, or it could be the 6. There's still room, even if this is a 1, to fit a 6 in here, right? This isn't even useful information in this puzzle, but it's just kind of an interesting quirk that you come to understand if you play it enough. If that's the 1 here, then this has to be an X. But also, if this is the 1, then this also has to be an X. So this has to be an X no matter what. And the same is always true if it's a 1 and another number, and you have only like a little bit of room left to put in something at the top. That has to be an X no matter what. Maybe... no, that's as far as I can assume that, I think. See, that did actually turn out to be the 1. And, by the way, this is the whole point of this thing, is even though you're drawing pictures and all that, you can't make an assumption by what you think the picture is as to what you think you should fill in. That's not the point of the game. You have to figure it out properly, or else you'll get it wrong. But sometimes you will be almost certain, you get a hunch based on what you think the picture is, oh, that has to be filled, but it turns out that it doesn't. And the picture just looks fine without it. What the fuck am I... Okay, I got this wrong somehow. 1, 1, 1, 1. Ah, this. There. I made a mistake somewhere along the way there. Yeah, I've played the SNES one, yeah. I never finished it, but I got really deep into it. It just keeps going though. Cocktail. We need more cocktail. I haven't tried either Ender Lilies or Neon White. I'll probably play them both eventually, but I haven't tried either of them yet. Ah, fuck. Thought that was an X. Thanks, pal. I'm doing alright. July wasn't anywhere near as productive as I wanted it to be, but I'm doing okay. Been working on some good stuff. This looks like a teddy bear or a panda, maybe? Panda. Early puzzles tend to be more symmetrical than later puzzles, because it's easier that way. Yeah, I haven't read that, so it says Hinto Tsukaw. Would you like to use a hint? Yes or no? This all has to be filled in already. Maybe this as well. 1, 2, X. Yeah. Oh. I rushed that one. Okay, 1, 2, X. Okay, right. Thought that had to be all filled in. Rubber duck? Or just a duck? Gachu. Gacho. I get the U's and the O's mixed up as well. It could be... There's another one as well. There's 3 yeah vowels. How did I get that wrong? Don't know how I got that wrong. Yeah, I know these two can't be connected, but I don't know where the cutoff is. It could be here or here. But these can't be connected. So that has to be a 1. So that has to be closed off. I gotta put my head on. I'm making too many mistakes. That's got to be closed off as well. I think that's a 2. The 1 won't fit there. Change the music. Okay. The X is there, that's got to be covered. So this has to be either way, yeah. But there has to be... Right, because that's a 1, that has to be closed off. Yeah, okay. No, I never played Magic the Gathering at all. Niwatori. It's a chicken. These have to be filled, and then we do... That has to be a 1, yeah. Snail. Could be getting this wrong, but Katatsumaru? Am I doing that right? My katakana really should be better than it is. There's a bunch of them that I mix up. Katatsumuri. Tsumuri, yeah. Katatsumuri. Quite like this track. Okay, these can't be connected because it would make a 6. 3, 5. It's a person of some kind. For some reason I feel like it's a baseballer. This feels like the kind of game that has a baseball guy in it. Is it just Mario? Ah, Mario. Oh, our first big one. Cool. I didn't think these would be indie easy Picross, but this is still pretty big. Sorry, it's still pretty small. I mean, it's closing off a lot of the puzzle. Like a nice little introduction to these things. Lipstick, maybe? Coochie Benny. I thought it was going to be lip poo as well. I actually thought lipstick was just lip poo. I thought I saw that somewhere at some point. I don't know. Coochie Benny. Coochie is mouth in Japanese. We'll have to go back to that one. I skipped one by mistake. We'll go back. All of these are X. All of them. I feel like I made a mistake there. I don't think I should have been able to reveal that those are ones. Well, if I look at the column, it makes sense, but I think, did I make a mistake? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay. No, I didn't. Well, I kind of did, because I don't think I was looking at that right, but fortunately it just didn't mess anything up. Was it an axe or a hammer or something? Oh no. Oh no, I don't know what that is. It looks like an axe. Hammer because of Mario, yeah, maybe. Oh, that's what happened there. It automatically puts you on the next puzzle. I've been pressing right to go to the next puzzle, but it automatically moves you over one, I think, once you're done. Axe. Someone there with a Japanese name, so I'll take it. I'll take your word for it. Master of the Arena, I did some explanation a little while back. I won't go through it again, but basically you just... the numbers have to be in contiguous places. They have to be connected. So by knowing that, you can work out some things about them logically. So every step that I'm doing is logical. Or it should be, if I don't make any mistakes. There's no guesswork involved. It's just that once you have played a bunch of Picross, you go at a faster rate than you think would be possible when you start playing it. You just yeah, you just kind of build up rules in your head and figure out how the things have to be put together. Wine glass? Yeah, wine glass. It's wine in particular. Wine glass. Is the Picross name a Nintendo trademark term? I think it might be, because the actual name of the puzzle is a nonogram. I think anybody can make a nonogram game, but I think Picross is a Nintendo thing. I could be wrong though. There's a Picross game on Steam that's free. Is it called Picross though? Plus, the existence of another game doesn't actually prove that it's not a Nintendo trademark, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know what the story is with all that. Couldn't tell you. I think this whole column has to be filled in if I understand it correctly. Like so. Yeah. I don't know how I didn't catch that in the first place. Once you get something that's backed up against the edge like that, it's becomes a lot easier, because then you know, like now I know that that's the 1 and the next thing has to be the 5 or the 7 in these columns, you know, so that has to come out to at least there, and that has to come out to at least there. Oh, that can't be there. So there's probably easier ones to do over here, but that can't be there, so that has to come out to there, and that has to be closed off. That has to be closed off. So. That's 5, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. What is this thing? It looks kind of like a windmill to me. Kind of. You can't... The blade's not very clear though. What is this thing? What is this? Oh, this had to be filled in the whole time, did it? Yeah, it did. Am I dumb? What is that? Stove, yeah, stove. Stove. I think it's a stove. Stove. I don't know how I'd review a fighting game, Joe. I don't know. Don't know how I'd go about it. I'd have to play a lot more fighting games first of all. That would be my first. That would be step 1. Is play more fighting games. So I would start there, and then I would go from there. Seriously though, I know that sounds like I know it sounds like a dumb answer, but that seriously would be step one, is just play more of them. I think I'm right about that, yeah. Okay, these are 7, so 4, 5, 6, 7. This gives us pretty much everything filled in here. 3. Fucking controller. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's gotta be all the way down, yeah. Looks like a train to me. Yeah, I figured it might. Gonzalo says, I have to say, watching somebody else play Picross is incredibly infuriating simply because you're focusing on a different row column and screaming in your mind to, you know. Yeah, I figured it would feel that way for viewers. Apologies. I don't think I'm going too slowly though. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure there's much worse people you could watch play Picross. I'm maybe not the best at identifying what the easiest inroad is. Like the way I feel about it is, as long as if you're just chiseling stuff, you're making progress, you know what I mean? As long as you're chiseling something, it's not going too slow. Right. It's more about seeing a certain block has to be X or marked and you're going over it multiple times to mark something else. Yeah. I don't start to feel bad until it's actually ground to a stop though, which it does for me in later puzzles anyway. But as long as I can identify something that I need to fill in one way or another, I think that's fine. Kikansha. A train is densha, but den means electricity. So come to think of it, maybe densha doesn't actually just mean train, it means electric train. Kikansha probably means an old steam train or something like that. Locomotive, as somebody said. Kikansha. Yeah, I never thought about that. Densha means electric train in particular. I know I don't really have to fill in these ones on the outside if I just remember that everything after this point is cut off. Not sure I trust myself to remember that. It looks like an ice cream to me. Ice cream. These twos have to be boxed in by now. I guess that this is a carrot. Probably fun if you're actually watching to try and guess as early as possible what it is. It looks like some kind of vegetable anyway. That can't be right. Hang on, I've made a mistake somewhere. That's definitely right. That has to be filled, and so does that. How did I make that mistake? I don't know. Anyway. Okay, it's probably not a carrot if there's lines going across it like this. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I was right. I'm not sure I would know. Ninjin. Ninjin. I think that is carrot. Yeah. Pretty sure I'm right about that. Ninjin, right? It's become clear at this point that this is a quieter stream than usual. I hope that's alright with you all. I play Picross to relax myself, so hopefully it's relaxing somehow as well for you all. Yeah, it does look like it's a whale. Kujira. Nah, I made some mistakes before this. It's been a while since I made one. See that tree there. Oh. Oh, I should change the... No, no, fucking mistake. I should change the background music. I think I have this one, the SNES version of this one on my relaxing music playlist, if I'm not mistaken. Which studio shutdown makes you the saddest? I don't know. The first answer that came to mind is Westwood. But maybe it's just, you know, earlier ones make a stronger impression on you. Don't know, it'd be kind of nice if Command and Conquer was still alive and going strong, you know? I don't know. Like Treasure haven't shut down, but Treasure is a big loss, you know? They haven't technically shut down though. It's a chair. Japan studio, yeah. But then again, did they really shut down? Isu. It's a chair. Because at least some of them are in TMS Asobi now, right? I can only barely hear that music through my TV, but it sounds cool. Sounds like a cool rendition of it. Get your guesses in. What is it this time? Not entirely sure myself. It looks kind of like a coffee maker to me. Be a strange one to have. Oh, it's an hourglass. It's an hourglass. Thought it was one of those things. Never even used one myself. The kind of thing I see on American TV that I've never actually seen in real life. What do they call it again? I don't know. You have a name for it. Thing you leave the coffee pot on it and it keeps it warm or something. You know. It's an hourglass. It's a very thick frame on that hourglass, though. That's why I didn't see it that way. Suna doke. Toke is clock, so the suna part is whatever makes it an hourglass. Suna doke. Yeah, I played Moon RPG. I didn't finish it though. Percolator, yes, thank you. Thank you. So I've never used one. I've never even seen one. Well, you probably see one out and about in certain places, you know. Maybe in an office or in a hospital or something like that, but ah! That was lag. That wasn't me, that was lag. Actually looking forward to the end of the stream so I can hear this track properly. I think I like this rendition of it a lot, but I can't really hear it right now. These are obviously bottles of some kind. Oh, it's not, is it? Maybe it's a furnace. Is it? Looks like bottles. Yeah, just bottles. Potteru. Oh, why did I think that filled the whole thing? I don't know. Making a lot of mistakes. It's gotta be the 9 here. Looks like a teapot. Onabe. Maybe it's just a pan or a pot. It's onabe, whatever it is. This one might actually be a coffee machine, is it? I don't know. Why do I keep seeing coffee machines? It kind of looks like it is, though. Doesn't it? Am I right? Yeah! Coffee maker. Coffee maker. Huh. I really do have coffee on the brain, yeah. Can probably turn that into an X, but I'm not gonna right now. I don't trust that I'm switched on enough to make an advanced maneuver like that, but that should be an X, because that can't be a 3. It has to be, yeah, fuck it, I'll leave it there. Okay, that has to be an X as well. See, it doesn't really help though, because these ones at the bottom are probably going to be filled in quite late in the puzzle. Well, maybe not. Maybe this column is all filled in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, I've been waiting for this for a long time when I'm streaming, but it's somehow never lined up. I'm wearing my wonderful 101 t-shirt today, by the way. I wear it pretty much anytime it's clean. But somehow I've never been wearing it when I'm streaming. But today is the first time, so I'm wearing my wonderful 101 t-shirt. I just wanted you all to know. I still haven't actually pure... No, I haven't pure platinum it now. I want to. Obviously I've spent a lot of time in the game though. Especially when you factor in the mod, making the mod. I just feel like I should do bayonetta first. I'm not sure if that came true. I said I just feel like I should do bayonetta first. Yeah, I should probably tweet something about that or something. You can get it. It's on the PS Plus Extra. Wonderful 101. I don't think even Platinum have promoted that themselves though, they probably should. Or maybe I wonder what the deal is like for developers. Maybe they just get paid up front and it doesn't matter if anybody plays it, so... But if that's the case, then you have no reason to promote it. If anything, like if that was the case, if anything, the most cynical thing to do is to just not tell anybody about it. So that, because then they might buy the game themselves, you know what I mean? Oh, it's a mailbox. If it seems like I only work out what these things are quite late, it's because often I'm not even looking at the picture, I'm just looking at the numbers, trying to work it out. A mailbox. Posto. Got a little M on it. That's nice. If you're talking about Bayonetta 1, I know that the fact that the quick time events are an instant kill is not good, but when you replay it, they're really not that bad. If you just get used to where they are in the game, it's not that bad. Some of these things have to be fully filled in. Let's see. Yeah, this is. This probably as well. Yeah. This as well, probably. That has to be a 1, yeah. Oh yeah, I never talked about that Bayonetta 3 trailer. I don't know what to make of it, but I think what I said before still stands. Like Bayonetta, the original Bayonetta is already so good that I think I'm on board with them just trying to do something else with all the kind of kaiju-esque battles and stuff. It's a camera. Okay, that was a genuine mistake. What did I get wrong there? And why did I think that had to be that way? I don't know. Who knows what has been going on? I was about to fill that in because I didn't count 4 there, and then I was only looking at the column made me stop. Right, that can't be filled in there, that's good. Camera! Just camera. Hello, Sag man. Hope you're alright. How's it going? I think the game is too loud. I am talking a little bit lower than usual. I'll lower it down just a touch. Alright, what's going on here? That's gotta be filled in like so. I think that this has to be the end of each 6. Because if that is filled in, it becomes a 6, which means that it has to, there's nowhere it can end where the other 6 can fit in. I'm not entirely sure I trust this deduction, but I'm going to give it a shot. Yeah, that one's hard to put into words. So if that had been filled in, it would have become a 6. And then if it ends here, there's not enough room. There's only 5 on this side. If it ends here, there's only 5 on this side. So it can't be a 6 by itself. It has to be broken into 2. But unfortunately, it didn't really get me anywhere. Well, now it has, actually. This controller's battery is low or something. Hello, good day to you too. If you're just joining us, we're having a relatively chilled out session of Picross. Wherein I once again ignore the chat despite having less of an excuse than ever to do so. There are ones that has to be closed off. All of that's gone, I think. Scissors. Would you want Platinum to get bought out by Capcom? No, absolutely not. Hasemi? Forget if that's a sour. Don't even get a congratulations. We're doing all the yashas. Oh, there we go. Omedetou gozaimasu. Yasashi Picross no subite no mondai ga clear saremashita. You've cleared all of the easy Picross. Alright, now we do actual hardcore Picross. The mushroom course. Oh, I don't know what the Japanese for scissors is. I didn't know. I don't think my vocab is terrible, but it's not amazing. This is a kind of trick that they tend to pull with later. I mean, this isn't even a late Picross, but they do this thing where they give you a bunch of easy stuff, but then the puzzle more or less resets into something in the smaller window. This puzzle has basically reset at this point into a smaller puzzle. Oh, the music changed back on me. I pressed left. I swear this fucking battery is running out on this controller or something, even though I had it plugged in. Does it gotta be empty, right? It's a Game Boy! Could have started on this row as well. Would have been a good starting point. It's a star. There's gonna be another eye here or here. I feel like I can make another deduction about this row. What is it? That this has to be closed off. It's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. These have to be closed off. Likewise, this is at 9. So that's got to be closed. This just barely fits in here. That's gotta be part of the 9, yeah. But that's the 4. That's gotta be cut off. Gotta be a heel, right? Looks like it. Stiletto. It'll probably say, well, is that a brand name? Like here, over here in Ireland, I don't think that you do this elsewhere, but over here in Ireland we call vacuums hoovers. But a hoover is a brand name, you know? You wouldn't say get the vacuum, you'd say get the hoover. Yeah, it's just high heel. High heel. High heel. Sellotape is a brand name as well, yeah. I knew that. Why did I overstep there? Just to come out again, actually, these vibes. Let's come out one more. Just getting up in Australia, are you? Well, you didn't say you were in Australia. No, you're not. You need to sleep. There's no winning. There's going to be a billion puzzles in this game, so... no chance of me getting through them all on stream. These have to be filled in. Nearly overshot that one as well. Okay, I think these have to be filled. So your last chance to guess what it is. It looks kind of like an old-timey radio to me. Not really, it doesn't have a dial on it or anything, or a display, I don't know. Loaf of bread? It's a good guess. Yeah. Shoku pan. It's bread. Not sure what the shoku means. Pan means bread. A certain style of bread, like a loaf of bread maybe. Oh, that's filled in as well. So that has to come all the way across. Okay. It's a sugar loaf. The Portuguese brought it to Japan. There you go. Cake. Slice of cake. Cakey. Shortcake in particular, shortcake. I didn't know that's where Arubaitu came from. I did know that they had loads of other loan words from other languages though. Like it seems like English has the most, but you know, pan is French, right? Stuff like that. Again, not my fault, that one. Not taking the blame for that one. Oh, I'll take the blame for that one. Hanger. Hanger. Coat hanger. Oh, these are all filled. Oh, this is all filled now as well. Got 9 already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Change the music again. Hello there, scientist. Name is I am not a scientist, but the easiest way to refer to you is to just say scientist. Thank you, Mediocre. Hope you're alright. Obviously a vehicle. It looks kind of like a bus though, rather than a... It's not a car, it's too many windows, if those are supposed to be windows. Bastard. Yeah, bastard. Tempted to plug the controller in, but I don't have a long enough cable for it. It's like an acorn. A bell? Suzu. I think it's a bell. I don't know. Don't know the word for bell. Suzu. Oh, Bread Spread got it right in the chat. Where do we want to start here? 1, 2, 6. was thinking, how the fuck did I get that wrong? Because that has to be, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4 has to come up here, but I got this bit wrong. So that's what I was talking about much earlier in the stream. If you get an X wrong, you can make a faulty assumption later. I don't know why I put that X there, but anyway. Not certain here. Go play Road to Respect, the Sopranos game. I do want to play it eventually, just for a laugh. Thought there was 2 1s before the 4 in this row. Oh, column. I always get row and column mixed up. The mistakes get the mistakes are harsher and harsher every time you make one. So if I made even 1 or 2 more mistakes, I wouldn't be able to finish this now. It'll subtract something like 8 minutes if I make another mistake. Should have just carried on with this bit. Don't know why I didn't. Looks like a shogi piece to me. Maybe a mahjong piece or something, I don't know, but it looks more like shogi. Tombstone, could be. That's gotta be, am I right about that? 2 1 1 1. Yeah. Shogi no koma. So yeah, I think it's a shogi piece. Mahjong pieces are rectangular. Yeah, they are, yeah. It's a shogi piece. Shogi no koma. I don't know what piece it is though. You could probably identify it by the symbol on the front. I don't know them. No, they're different games. Shogi is more like chess. Mahjong is more like, you know, it's almost more like a card game. That's gonna be an X, I think. One, yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Double check this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so that has to be closed off. It's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Not great at arithmetic. That's a 4. I still can't tell what this is. Does anybody know? I don't know what that is. It looks like a shoe, kind of. A bowling shoe, maybe? Kutsu. Yeah, it's just a shoe. It's just a shoe. It looks kind of like those bowling shoes. No, I didn't expect to finish it. There. Okay. What is it? Oh, it's a cap. It's a baseball cap, I think. I told you this game would have baseball stuff in it. It's a baseball cap. Yakubo. Yeah, it is specifically a baseball cap. I told you there would be baseball shit. I fucking knew it. Yakubo. Boshi means hat. I think Yaku in its entirety is baseball. I think baseball is just Yaku. I don't think there's anything more to it. Boshi is hat. Yakubo. Baseball hat. Seven's going to be in the middle, but I have to prove it. Wait, how did I know that? Wait, what happened? This is symmetrical. How did I know that would... Oh, yeah. These have to be filled, I believe. Same with these, which closes this off. I feel like maybe I overstepped on that initial 9 and just didn't get punished for it. I'm not sure I did that right, but whatever. Alright. What is the rule again? I forget. If it's an 8, I can fill that in. So if it's a 9, I can fill these 3 in. And if it's a 10, I can fill all 5 in. So it's like it goes up to the point where it would end. Okay. Anyway. That has to be a 2. And a 2. A 2. 2, 3, X, 1, 2, yeah, so these are all the same, hopefully. So I go up to the point where it would end. Oh, I thought that was a 5 for some reason, okay. It's a telephone. What is that in Japanese? Denwa? It's Denwa. Yeah, Denwa. But I think a mobile phone is Keitai. Space prop telephone. Oh, it's over already. It's a can. Thanks, Gonzalo. See you later. Aki can. Probably most of you have come to terms with this at this point, but stream is probably just going to be me solving Picross puzzles in relative silence from this point forward. I don't know. I don't know if I can talk and do these at the same time, honestly. That can't be true. That has to be a 1. You'll take whatever you can get. Yeah, well, don't say it like that, man. Yeah, not all streams are created equal. This one's just got a different pace to it, that's all. That's already 13. Is there a jingle all the way too? I feel like I would have known about that before now. Maybe somebody asked me for that before, but I don't recall. The camera in Picross is even better than the Wonderful 101, believe it or not. Actually, oh man, you have no idea. I'm not gonna get into it, but I'm telling you, I have a comprehensive argument as to why the camera in this game is better than the Wonderful 101. I'm not getting into it. I'm not getting into it. Yeah, I don't want to tease you or anything. Just would rather formulate it properly and give it to you in a better format, you know? So maybe someday. Hopefully someday. Don't say maybe someday. Hopefully someday. I'm not gonna get into. Seriously, you're not dragging me into it. It's looks like a shrine with a little bell. Not a little bell, a big bell. Surigane. Could Picross's camera be applied to the Wonderful 101? It definitely could not. It could not. I just want to say I'm very happy that I have a Wonderful 101 t-shirt. That's even a thing that exists and that I have one. I don't know, man. Just consider myself very lucky with that game getting the Kickstarter that it did and all that. What is that? It looks like a thumbs up to me. Te no hira. Yeah, I think it's a thumbs up. Te no hira. Te means hand. Oh, it's a glove. That makes sense. Hitbox team wrote a recommendation for Brogue on their blog. Okay. We'll take a look at that. If you ever want to get into proper roguelikes, it depends on what you call a proper roguelike as to whether or not I've ever played one. If Noita counts, you know, then I have played one. But I assume you're talking about something a little bit more on the role-playing end of the spectrum or something like that. Wonderful 101 talk reminds me, you see, we're not getting any Project GG news until next year. Pretty disappointed by that. Obviously, I'm not the type to complain, you know, I mean, and it would be hypocritical of me to talk about something taking a long time, but it's disappointing. You can be a little disappointed by it, right? Even if you're me. Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping that we'd hear something about it this year. I thought maybe once Bayonetta 3 came out we would hear about it, you know. I don't know, for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, Platinum announced that they hired some Nintendo guy who, I think he ran Nintendo of Europe for a while. And he's a Japanese guy, but he joined their team. The biggest takeaway for me though was just that he seems enthusiastic about Project GG as well. They did kind of worryingly say that it's expanded in scope as well though. I don't know. You're not missing much anyway, Kiwi Bro. There's nothing really happening here. I'm just streaming and it's mostly just me solving Picross. That's it. Yeah, I think they may have doubled down on the spectacle in Bayonetta 3, but I'm not going to jump to conclusions about it. I don't know. I think it could be good. I think it could be good. Expanded scope is worrying. Yeah, it just is. It just is. I don't know. I just don't. Most people probably find it appealing, but I don't think I was. I think there is a point in my life where I'm sure I was in the same category, but I just think the more time has gone by, the less that I actually want that out of games. You know. Like, what do they mean by expanded scope, you know? Because you could say something like Astral Chain has expanded scope compared to most Platinum games, but that's not the direction I would want them to expand in, you know what I mean? If it's more like we've expanded, like, imagine you have a like, there are ways you can expand the scope and they can be good, you know. Like, I didn't play it much, but, you know, the fact that Bayonetta 2 has an online mode, I think that's pretty cool. I think that's a decent way to expand the scope of those types of games. As long as it's just a kind of ancillary thing that doesn't affect the base game too much. Yeah, cool. But there's other ways that you can expand the scope that just aren't as satisfying to me anyway. So I just worry when it says expanded. When you say expanded scope as well, you're saying bigger budget, and when you're saying bigger budget, you're saying that you need more return on your investment. You know what I mean? Been thinking about scope a lot myself lately because I don't know. I don't know if I want to get into it, but I don't know. Like, this isn't a big problem. It's just something worth considering. But I think it's hard to even assess what the scope of stuff is a lot of the time. I think I talked a while back about how I have the 4 projects in mind that have enough similarities that they're worth kind of keeping in mind as I do them so that I can fall back to other ones, right? And I started off with Proxima and I wasn't happy with it, and maybe I'll go back and figure that out and finish it at some point. Then we moved on to Beetlejuice, now known as Mushido. And then we have 2 other ones, Procyon and Sirius. Now Sirius is definitely way bigger scope than the others. And I thought for sure that Procyon was a bigger scope than Beetlejuice, but I don't really know. I don't really know anymore. So yeah, I just want to get something done, you know? The reason I don't know is because, like I said when I was talking about the origins of it and all, is that it has more of a kind of narrative origin than the other projects, you know? It's that there's this world and we have like a setting, you know, and it's like, probably if this thing gets finished, it'll be the only game we ever make in that setting, because I can't imagine myself wanting to do a sequel or whatever. So you kind of want to get as much of it across to the player as possible the first time around. And you know me, I'm not big on cutscenes, so it's got this kind of story element to it that the other projects don't have. And I think it's more work than I expected it to be. So there's lots of ways that you can expand scope is what I'm getting at. You know, like maybe they didn't have much in the way of story, but maybe the game that they're making doesn't need much of a story in the first place, and they're just going to add one on because, you know, it's just a bigger game now, for whatever reason. No, I don't have a blog post for this month. Yeah, July didn't go as well as I hoped, but I have been working on something good, and when it's ready to be shown, I'll show it. I won't wait till the end of the month or whatever. I'll just show it when it's ready. so you'll just have to wait a little bit longer. Apologies. Right now I am procrastinating from doing that thing though. This is why I'm playing Picross. Yeah, I wouldn't say all the games are actually in development, right? I'm not mad enough to go, oh, I'm going to go make a game and actually I'm going to make 4 at the same time. I'm not trying to make 4 games at the same time. I'm just saying that I think like part of the problem is with the current project is that it's shifted now, right? It's shifted from most of the kind of engine-esque work. I can't really call it engine work because it's done in Game Maker, right? But there's like a serious amount of, you know, collision detection and state machine stuff. Like all of that stuff is mine. There was a decent amount of setup involved in that. Now that's all done, and we basically have to, or not all done, obviously it'll be tweaked right up until the end. But the project really needs to shift now into content creation. And I feel like it would be easier to create content for Procyon just because of the setting and what it is. But the reason I didn't do that one first was because I thought it would be much, and it is much harder to create the gameplay for it. But like I just think it would be a more balanced workflow for the two of us working on it if we were doing Procyon instead. You were wondering when I was working on Proxima if I got to experience the discovery phase as the developer. Depends on what you mean. I didn't actually build enough depth into the game to say that I had to discover any kind of emergent stuff myself. But in terms of like discovering what I did or didn't want the game to be, I think so, yeah. I would say I did, yeah. I'd say I'm still trying to discover what I want that game to be, really, you know what I mean? I don't think I would get along with design documents. I don't know, it just doesn't seem like something that would work for me. I feel like part of the problem there is because I'm coming at it from my former life of being a critic and all, I already have, like, my way of thinking about games is already more rigid than I would want it to be, you know? And I try, and I always said it when I was making videos, you know, people shouldn't get hung up on these kinds of things, and yeah, I don't know. But I would say that my way of thinking is already rigid enough that a design document would only make that worse. Doesn't mean it doesn't work for other people, but I don't think it's a good idea for me. There is, to be fair, there is stuff that kind of is like design documents, but they're not really for my benefit. It's like currently working on enemies, you know, so I thought it would be a good idea to have a kind of formalized list of actions that each enemy can do. So when it comes to making sprites, it's obvious what needs to be made, you know? So we have documents in that sense. I have some coffee here, so I'm going to slow down for a minute. Enjoying chatting about the projects again anyway. What is this thing? Is it a necklace? Looks kind of like a necklace. Kubi Kazari. Kubi means neck. So I think it is a necklace. I think Kubi is neck anyway. There's a lot to be said for just doing it. Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. Kazuri means decoration. Ah, Kubi Kazuri. Neck decoration. Okay, I'm going to take this puzzle slow. I'll try and chat a bit more as well. At least it might be out before Project GG. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think, like, at the core, my frustration is just that it's hard to imagine it being done anytime soon, and I just want to get something done, you know? That's the tug of war that I have right now. Always found it so funny getting fired in Japanese is getting necked. Wow, I didn't know that. What platforms are you thinking of releasing your game on? Well, it would be Steam first, just because that's the easiest thing to do. After that, I don't know, I'm trying to keep other platforms in mind. It doesn't really need any special considerations in that regard, though. The controls would all be digital. So, you know, you can play it with a keyboard or you can play it with whatever. It's easy to have keyboard and controls with Game Maker and all that. So I would absolutely port it to the Switch. Absolutely. Man, you have no idea how much I would absolutely love to have a game that I made on a Nintendo console. That would be huge for me. But I think that would have to come after. think it would have to come after. Isn't it a pain to port Game Maker to consoles? Not that I'm aware, but I don't know that much about it. You do have to, I don't know, I think you do have to sign up for some other thing and, you know, an NDA maybe for the console API or something. I'm not sure how it works exactly, but there's more to it, obviously, than just releasing on PC. After working with Game Maker, do you think you would have been better off using bare metal libraries / frameworks? I'm pretty happy with Game Maker. I wouldn't have any huge complaints about it. I would want to try and do my own version that's not object orientated, just because I'm trying not to think of computers in that way anymore, and I wonder if I could get more out of it if I did my own thing. It's certainly something I've been thinking about. You know, if I was under no pressure whatsoever, I would probably try it. I would take like a year even and just go and just hammer away at something on my own. But that feels to me like it would be unfair to patrons to just go, right, yeah, I'm just gonna go and, you know, do my own thing for ages and you're not gonna see any results for a long time. But dude, trust me, if this works, which I have no guarantee it will, then, you know, I'll feel better about my project, even though the results for you might probably be indistinguishable in the end. You know what I mean? So I don't think that I don't think that that's an avenue for me right now. But maybe someday I would like to. I think that there are probably things that you could do much more efficiently than Game Maker, but also there's optimizations in Game Maker that, you know, if you're not paying attention to what's happening, you have no idea how much it's actually doing for you. Like texture pages and things like that, the stuff that it's doing, the amount of work it must be doing behind the scenes just on sprites and textures alone is huge, you know? So you would have to do all of that yourself first, which would be difficult, before you would see any real performance gain. But I do think there is probably a big performance gain to be had if I did it that way. And, you know, the performance of the game is actually great right now, but it is something that concerns me, you know. I like the idea of having something that's really, really efficient, you know. I don't know. But the performance is good. I don't want to make it sound like it's bad. It's good. You have to make your own programming language first. Yeah, I'll just wait for Jai. I'll wait for Jai. Out of curiosity, what are your reservations with object-oriented thinking? Well, I listened to some stuff, I think it was Mike Acton, talking about data-oriented design. And if I remember right, he doesn't even attack object-oriented design or anything specifically. Maybe he does, I don't know, but the more I work and the more I think about it and the more I know what the computer is actually doing, which has been helped immensely by, I've said this several times, but it's been helped immensely by playing Zachtronics games and hacking the Wonderful 101, right? Both of those things have like given me valuable experience that I think is important. But the more I understand what the computer is doing, the less I want that kind of object-oriented interface to it. I just think it is right to say that fundamentally what computers do is they take data and they process it from one form to another. you know? So if you put this whole abstraction on top of that, and it never quite lines up with what you wanted to do, you know, it's, yeah, I don't know how to put it. Like, there are things, even though I'm trying to keep it pretty clean, there are already things in the project that are just like, is that really what that is? You know, we have, like, very commonly, probably every game maker project out there, or any object-orientated game, one of the first objects that you'll make is like a manager object, you know? What does it mean for something to be a manager object? Like, why does it have to be an object to do that? Why can't it just be this, you know, part of the procedural stuff that happens at the start of every step or whatever? Because that's kind of what it ends up being, right? You go in, and in Game Maker, for example, you go into the begin step event. Like, I have an overseer. I gave it a bit of a funny name, rather than manager, right? Because I kind of didn't want to accept that I was making a manager object, so I call it the overseer, right? But we have but it's a manager, right? And what it does is it's got all of this stuff that happens at the start of every frame to set up a bunch of stuff. So it's got this begin step thing. But then, rather than having some kind of like core, you know, main whatever file where you can just look at it and you can kind of see a list of what's happening one after the other, you end up having to think to yourself, oh yeah, this thing is happening there, and that, okay, and this thing happens when exactly, you know? Like, I had a bug the other day where, what was it, man? It really worried me for a minute, because I was like, man, if I can't figure out what this is fucking big. You know, it was some kind of collision bug, but not with the terrain. Yeah, it was with the terrain, I think. It was, I don't know, something inconsistent was happening with collisions, and basically the problem with it was that I just didn't realize that, you know, object A was updating on step, and object B was updating on, you know, step end or step begin or something, and the timing was off. And it just would have been so much more obvious if they weren't these two separate objects that have their own separate step events that are like, if I could just see the order that everything gets updated in the game and be like, no, these things have to be updated before those things, and you know what I mean? So it kind of obscures what's actually happening sometimes, I think. And also, I'm not an expert on these things, so you take everything I've just said with a grain of salt. But it's just something I would like to try, because my gut is telling me that I would be happier if I could just get rid of all the object-oriented stuff, you know? So I'd like to try that at some point. And again, I want to stress, I'm actually pretty happy with Game Maker. I have, you know, that's kind of a Game Maker. Oh, look, it's got alphabetical letters. UFO. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense. Like I said, I'm not an expert on these things, but yeah, that's how it is. Playing this with one hand right now, by the way. I have my coffee in my other hand. Hello. Can you hear me? I don't know where to put this thing. You might want to lean in a little bit. I'm joined by resident artist. Have you been? I don't think you've been on the stream since we showed off the samurai, have you?
I was.
Oh, okay. You all have to tell her how cool the samurai looks now. Yeah, this is your opportunity to tell her how cool it looks. Which it does. I don't know if you can hear her.
Your introduction made me more uncomfortable, I think.
Yeah, well.
Hi chat. Thank you.
Kerbal says, sorry, I haven't seen the samurai. So there you go. I feel bad actually. I shouldn't have said that because now you're going to think that they're all just saying it because I asked them to.
Yeah.
But I think that they, you know, everybody likes the sidekick more than the main character. So if they had an opportunity to shit on me right now, I think that they would take it by doing the opposite of whatever I say. So, you know what I mean?
By the sidekick, do you mean
I mean, as far as these streams go,
oh, right.
as in,
am I the sidekick?
yeah, you're the sidekick.
I'm the sidekick.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. I think it's on the Patreon page. I don't really take care of that side of things, so I don't actually know where it is.
Yeah, it's on the Patreon. Yeah, you go on the Patreon. You don't have to be a patron, but if you go on there, you can see picture of the protagonist. The samurai. Yeah, I don't know where to put this thing.
No, I can lean forward.
You'd have to speak up a little bit. Oh, okay. Oh, if you're leaning in, there you go.
I have a pretty low voice most of the time anyway, so.
I'm going to take this as an opportunity to focus on the puzzles, which are what everybody's really tuning in for. So.
Yeah, when you said you were streaming, I don't know why I was surprised. To be honest, I'm not really surprised because before bed, Matthew was humming the theme for Picross, and then when he got up, he was humming it, and then he came in and told me he was streaming. So.
I was humming it yesterday as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, before bed.
Oh, I didn't know that.
How many rough drafts? Quite a few. It was actually kind of interesting because Matthew kind of told me what he wanted, and I kind of worked from that. And like the very first picture I showed him was like, yeah, that's it. That's cool. So I was actually the one that was kind of pushing for like, you know, iterating on it a bit.
Yeah, she because I can't draw for shit. So the very first thing that she showed me, I already had a picture in my mind vaguely of, you know, okay, he's a beetle samurai thing. You know, I have a vague idea of what that looks like. And then she drew it, and it looked way better than it did in my imagination, because my imagination is shit. And I was like, right, that's it. You know, like that's better than I even expected it would be. So I suppose this process is all over with now, you know. But to her credit, she kept pushing and saying it's not ready yet, this isn't good enough, and it got a lot better. Yeah, so I'm glad that she was willing to push back on that. And
Yeah, the mustache actually kind of went through a couple of changes, and he used to have eyebrows as well, but I think we kind of decided that it was maybe a little bit too far. Just some of the stuff. But yeah, can I talk about like the idea of like, because it's kind of supposed to be like.
Hang on. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about I think most people got the impression that we expected of the character. But yeah, you can talk about that stuff if you want.
Yeah, something that made me really happy when it got posted was someone sort of zeroed in right away that he's supposed to kind of look almost grandfatherly, kind of like older.
Yeah.
So I was actually really happy about that.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of other things I can't remember them specifically, but there was a couple of things that people really picked up on. So that was very satisfying for me.
Yeah, somebody mentioned the mustache. The mustache was almost like a mistake. But basically, the very first picture that she drew had like the mandibles there, and I saw it as a mustache, and I don't think you intended for it to be a mustache.
I intended for it to look slightly like a mustache.
Yeah.
But it kind of worked out that we were kind of back and forth for a while on how much it should look like mandibles and how much it should look like a mustache.
I was never back and forth on that. Maybe you were. I wasn't. No, I was like, he has to have the mustache now. It's too good, you know? Yeah.
How many of these have you done so far?
I don't know, 50 maybe?
Is he more of a honor respectful fighter or the job done, no nonsense fighter? I would say the latter. I don't know if that's maybe a bit of both. I mean, I don't think he would be disrespectful, but I do think he would be pretty matter of fact about things, maybe.
Yeah, I do think that part is something that still has to be a little bit flexible until the game is actually done. But the way that I see it is, yeah, he's more of a get the job done kind of guy. For example, the fact that he even has a gun is arguably not very samurai. It's not, it's arguably something a samurai might object to, a real samurai.
I've been doing a lot of research and I can tell you that's not true.
Right, well, anyway. I don't know what to say, but the kind of gun that our samurai has maybe isn't something that a samurai would be okay with. It's a little pistol. They usually have these big muskets and stuff like that, and yeah.
Yeah, Matthew has told me a couple of times that I'm a challenge to work with at times.
Yeah.
Because I push back a lot.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing though. It worked out a lot with the samurai.
Matthew's a good director, but he's also quite bossy sometimes as well. He gets an idea in his head and he can be very inflexible about it until I manage to show him something different that he likes. So sometimes it can be a bit it can be a bit of a tug of war because it's like, I'm maybe not doing exactly what he wants and he's getting frustrated and I'm like, well, I think this is a good idea, so
yeah. It's just how it is. We're learning how to work on this shit together, So.
Yeah. It has been quite a learning experience for sure.
You want to tell them how much you hate sprites?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with pixel art. I think, it's really impressive what people can do with it, but I don't know if I have the right temperament for it.
You're saying it's more... keep making mistakes. You're saying it's more like... it's kind of more exacting than you would like it to be, and...
Yeah, it's very methodical, and it's very... Not to offend any pixel artist out there, I think it's quite tedious. Because you have to, it takes a long time to get, the desired result. Especially if you can just, sit and draw what you want.
Right.
It's with pixels, everything is so sort of dot, dot, dot. That it can get very, very tedious. And I actually find that, because I can get quite impatient sometimes, I actually end up having to redo work because I'll just get impatient and I'll be like, no, I'll just put this down here, and then like 10 minutes later I'll be like, no, I've messed that up.
Counted that wrong. 10. Oh, there's supposed to be a 1 here. There we go.
What software I'm using? I have a feeling I'm going to get some criticism for this. I'm using CSP for now, just because that's what I'm comfortable with, but I do have Aspirate, is that how you say it? Yeah, I have that, but when I tried using it again, I got bad tempered with it, maybe because it's pixel art.
Yeah, whatever works is... I mean, the program doesn't matter, you know, as long as it exports a fucking PNG, it'll do. As far as I'm concerned, anyway.
Yeah, what I find, I have kind of like a new step in my process for making the sprites now, which is just sort of roughing out the animations, just like, because I get so bad tempered with the pixel art, it's kind of hard for me to like rough out the actual animation, because I'm just getting annoyed with like how tedious it is. So the last one I did, I kind of just did it as a little stick figure, like I just drew it as a stick figure first, and then I kind of copied over those frames into pixel art, and I think it turned out a lot better.
That the most recent one you're talking about?
Yeah, the most recent one.
Yeah.
Oh, they're saying that the game audio down.
Okay. Down it goes. Clip Studio has a mosaic filter you might find helpful.
Yeah, back when we first started kind of like talking about the project and stuff, there's an auto action I have that I downloaded that like sort of converts images into like pixels, but the problem with that, I mean, it's great as kind of maybe a starting point for some things, but the problem with that is there's always going to be like a degree of uncertainty about how it turns out. And yeah, I don't know, I have a feeling if I did that and I showed Matthew whatever I had made, I feel like he would know.
Yeah, I do think that would probably be obvious. I'm kind of surprised. One thing that jumps to mind is there's a pixel filter in the new Streets of Rage that I think looks surprisingly good. I think you can still tell, but it's actually surprisingly good looking. But but then again, it has high resolution art to pull from, and maybe the art you would be doing, you wouldn't want to draw a really high resolution, nice version of something only to throw a pixel filter over it and call it a day, you know?
Yeah.
That seems like
that
seems like the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if you'd actually end up doubling your work then. Like, you would go into it, like, you would draw whatever it is you want to draw, and then you would put the pixel filter on it, and then you'd still have to, like, you'd still have to go over it a couple of times to get it looking right. And I kind of just wonder if, in the end, you're not really reducing the workload as much as you think you are.
Yeah, it might be worth trying, though.
For some things, yeah. If it's particularly large, I think you could get away with it. Thank you. The fleas, I don't love them.
Oh, you haven't even seen the proper fleas yet, actually. Those flea sprites were placeholder. So they're bad compared to the ones. She's gone over them and fixed them up. The ones that they're talking about are the two-tone ones that you did for the animation.
Right,
Those are the only ones that they've seen so far.
Yeah. Another thing with the pixel art is, oh, can everyone hear me okay? Just to check. Okay, cool, thank you. With the pixel art, another thing is that I'm like a total outsider to pixel art, and Matthew's vision is kind of unique. So I've actually kind of, something I've been struggling with a bit is I've been trying to do something with the sprites that you don't really see in like tutorials or things online. So like something I noticed about a lot of pixel art sprites and animations is they all have like outlines and things. So I think that would make them easier to sort of animate and stuff. But because we're kind of going for like a, I don't know, semi-realism.
Realism definitely isn't the right word.
It's kind of...
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, it's inspired by stuff like Oddworld and all that, right? But we're not using that pre-rendered kind of technique, and it's not going to look realistic in the way something like an Oddworld game would, but grounded, you know,
Yeah.
like
It's
not supposed to look cartoony or anything, and yeah.
What he says, not going for the outline stuff. So it's a little bit tricky to get things moving right, and I actually made like my own brushes because I was again getting bad tempered with the pixel art to sort of do what I want to do. But at the moment, I don't really know if what I want to do is practical. So again, it's a learning experience.
You talking about the kind of style that you've put on it, or what?
Yeah, like
Let's wait for that one. But,
okay.
I think I'm interested in it anyway. I'm interested in what you're doing with it. Like anything, it's just you don't know how it's going to turn out until it's done.
Yeah.
But I think it looks pretty cool so far. I think. Yeah. I'm trying not to say too much. Like, there's some things that are just better off keeping under wraps.
Yeah.
But she's trying to do something a little bit different with the pixel art than most games anyway. But it's not, I don't want to get anybody's hopes up that it's going to be this big revolutionary thing or anything. It's just like a little spin on it that I think looks good. You could actually look at it and not even notice it or know what we're talking about, you know? You think that's fair to say?
Yeah, I would. And, you know, a lot of this, like, you know, weird stylization thing I've been trying is, like, most of it is just coming from, like, me trying to get comfortable in my role as pixel artist, which is definitely not a role I'm used to. So, like, at least some of it is because, again, like I said, I'm an outsider, so I'm kind of just making it up as I go and hoping it turns out well. And yeah, I think Matthew would say I've been doing too much research sometimes.
Yeah, you mean about insects and about samurais and all that
Just
kind of stuff?
Yeah, research in general.
Yeah, definitely. There are things where, I mean, I wasn't joking. I said in one of the blog posts that she puts me to shame with these things. And I wasn't joking, you know, like she's talking to me about how, oh yeah, you know, I have to make sure that he can actually get into his clothes and all that. And I'm like, okay, this is the kind of detail that I like, but also, you know, we have to make a fucking game, you know? So I'm trying to walk that line with it. But obviously I know the mentality that you have because I'm similarly inclined, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, it can be a bit much at times.
It's been fun. It's been interesting. It's hard to retain it though, because it sometimes feel like, you know, you go to research one thing and you end up falling into like just a weird rabbit hole of information. So, you know, it's a skill in itself to like know what to take and what to leave. Yeah, I agree with that. Nefarious bear, should I read that out?
Don't know how I didn't see that. It's a Goomba. Attention to detail. So Nefarious Bear says, attention to detail like that is really nice though, even if you don't consciously realize it sometimes. I feel it matters even on a subconscious level. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think it goes a long way. Like, I mean, I think that the reason Matthew gets impatient with me is because everything's on a small scale because it's pixel art. So a lot of these details, they probably won't be seen, maybe in concept art.
Yeah.
But they're not really going to be seen in the game.
Yeah.
So His frustration is kind of coming from like me just wanting them there for myself. So it's maybe a bit selfish.
Well, yeah, I'm totally, like I said, this is the kind of thing I care about as well. And if we're doing our own project, I want it to be something that, like this is something I was saying to her is, let's do the things that when we talk about games, we're like, why didn't they do this or why didn't they do that? Or, like this is our opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
Right? It's our opportunity to say, certain things are possible and certain things are impossible, and like we'll try and make all the possibilities as cool and interesting as they can be, but we're going to limit it down so that not being very eloquent here, but we're going to put enough of a cap on it that it's hopefully believable in certain ways. Like we have to take liberties in certain places. Certainly, I think you of all people knowing a bit more about the game than most people know, that it takes certain liberties in certain ways, but it's also important that it stays tamped down. It stays grounded.
I also think it's just good to kind of try and stay in that like thorough mindset, because you don't really like, there's going too far, but then there's also, it's like you let too many things slide.
Yes.
And then you might end up just, letting a lot of things go that you maybe wouldn't have if you just kept yourself, sharp about that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. Soul.
Oh.
Soul.
Is that a new thing? I live under a rock. I don't know what the jokes are.
Fairly recent, I would say. Have you made any progress with the music? No, I haven't even tried anything yet.
Not to get anyone's hopes up, but I think Matthew will be good at the music.
You're basing this on my immaculate taste in game soundtracks, I presume?
I'm basing it on your taste in music and just, I don't know, I think you're a very musical person. Sometimes annoyingly so. Yeah, at least he intends to, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna try make the soundtrack, yeah. I know you can't tell them this part. Definitely, this part's off limits, but I know what I want it to sound like. So at the very least, even if I can't do it myself, I do already know what style of music I want to have for the game.
What is that?
I don't know, we'll find out.
Did you comment that?
I whistled in the Beautiful Joe video. I don't think I hummed anything.
Mm.
Okay, I've gotten something wrong somewhere.
That doesn't look right. It doesn't really look like anything.
No, there's only a couple of pixels wrong somewhere. Most of it's right. We're gonna get yo music. No, I don't think there will be yo music in it.
Not even a little.
Maybe a little bit.
You were playing Muramasa recently. That has like a great sort of, I don't know, I think it's really catchy.
I got totally off course with this picture somewhere. Muramasa, yeah, it's got good music. Super bit crushed heel. Maybe. That would give it. That would lean into the kind of alien soldier thing, you know. The let's go. All bit crushed down. Let's go. It would make sense for insects. I think they would have that kind of buzziness to their voices if they were going to speak. But
I don't think we
there's no plans to have
really
them
talk
speak.
about it, yeah. But
Yeah.
it'll be fun.
Nah. I mean maybe they'll make certain noises and stuff. You know. It would probably be a bit sterile if there was no noise like that at all. But it's supposed to be a 10. I think these both have to be filled in. Thanks, Max. Hope you're alright as well. Yeah, it looks like it's a coffee cup.
Animal Crossing feature bus. You know, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think it's really annoying when games have like bad voice acting. And I think a lot of strife could be avoided if we all just had like fake voices in every game. Or no voices. Fake voices or no voices. Because I don't know. Personally, I find I get like really taken out of games if the voice acting is bad. And it usually is. So.
I don't know about usually, but often, yeah.
Often. I'll compromise with often.
Give me a second here, fellas. Whoa. I nearly knocked over the mic. We're back.
Yeah, I keep seeing boats too. Every time I look at the screen, it looks like a boat to me.
Yeah?
Yeah, whenever you're playing, it's like at the start at least. Maybe it's just because of the way you do it. Kind of like slightly symmetrical.
The early puzzles tend to be symmetrical anyway. So. I'm relishing the opportunity to just focus on the puzzles a little bit. Alright, am I leaving you hanging over there? Are you doing alright?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I do know that I'm a little bit quiet though. Do the bug people hold their breath underwater accurately? I have mixed feelings on that. I do think they're probably too large to like have spiracles or anything. So they probably do have some form of like lungs or something more suited to like a bigger organism. So I haven't really thought about that yet. I don't think we know if there's even going to be water or anything. Like maybe, but
there will be no underwater gameplay, I can tell you that much. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the planet would have to have. My understanding is that the planet would have to have a lot of oxygen for them to breathe the way that insects actually do. They have a very different breathing system than us. They're what is it? They're covered in a bunch of tiny holes called spiracles or something. Yeah.
How did you feel about samurai before the research and how about them now? I think they're maybe more interesting now. I don't know if I would say I think they're better or worse, but I would say they're more interesting. I can't say I was super interested in them before. I think Matthew was maybe a little bit more interested.
I actually wouldn't say I had a huge amount of interest in samurai, but it's just for me, the samurai thing is a little less important. Well, I suppose it kind of goes hand in hand. There's the attitude of the main character was important to me, I think.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that goes well with a samurai, so.
Something that kind of sticks in my mind a lot now is I learned about paper armor, which I didn't know was a thing until I started researching for the game, and it's just I think that's very interesting. I think that's really cool.
It's just folded over paper, is it?
Yeah, it's just like lots and lots of layers of lacquered paper.
Huh.
And it's very strong and flexible. Yeah, like lacquer armor. So again, maybe being a bit too research heavy, it's like I've been giving a lot of thought to the sort of materials that they would have access to. So I've been trying to sort of, for my own sake, really trying to narrow down specifically like what they can make things out of and how. So paper is definitely one of them, because that just makes sense to me.
Yeah. Silk is quite durable as well, though.
Yeah.
I think there are bulletproof vests made with silk or something like that.
Well, silk is another given, I think, with insects.
Yeah.
I feel like I should have taken in my notes now. I'm getting some pretty specific questions. I kind of half-heartedly offered to do one of the blog posts for Matthew, so maybe I'll do that at some point and talk about sort of some of the nuance in the decisions.
Hmm?
You know, if people are interested in that, maybe they'd prefer to hear you talk about programming some more.
I don't want to talk about programming anymore. I do have one thing. I have one thing about the state machine that I added that I think is cool and is worth exposing to people, but I don't know how much more programming I want to talk about.
Anyway, I think I've had my failure. Room's really warm. Do you want some water?
Well, you gave me some a little while ago. I'm okay. Had enough?
Yeah, it was nice chatting to you all.
It does get really warm in here when I'm streaming for some reason.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very hot.
Just the combination of the TV and the laptop being on or something, I don't know. But yeah.
People do sell breast milk cheese though.
Do they?
Yeah, they do. I think you get ice cream as well.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, that was a really weird note to end it on, but yeah. I hope you enjoy the Picross.
Alright, see you later.
Look, I didn't bring it up.
Hmm. Hello. Well, I hope that was interesting. Oh, thanks. Got some water now. She's got a new appreciation for how much I suffer while doing these streams. It does get really warm in here. Really warm. Have you looked into building a new PC? I'm thinking about doing it soon. Does seem like it's getting to be a better time for it. Oh, I thought that was 7. There should be a new round of graphics cards coming out at some point though, right? Sometime soon, I mean. Wait for DDR5 to be cheap. GPUs are back at MSRP for the most part. I can't see myself getting a Mac now. End of the year for GPUs along with a new socket for AMD CPUs. You got a 3060 Ti and they're extremely impressed with it so far, man. Well ahead of me. Matt has to hand crank his PC every time to use it. Yeah, not far off it, man. Seriously. Did she ever give you an earful about what a petard actually is? No, I don't think so. I said that on some stream or something now, didn't I? That nobody knows what a petard is. Oh, it's an overall. Overall. This music's probably been playing a long time. I haven't been paying attention to it myself. Go back to this one. I think the other one is better, obviously, though. Talking about the project, there's a, if you go onto the Patreon, there's a bit, you don't have to be a patron, there's some posts explaining it. There's one basically about Ghosts and Goblins, so it's most, gameplay wise, it's probably most similar to Ghosts and Goblins. At least that's the idea. In actuality, gameplay wise, it's a player character walks around and hits, you know, the two enemies that are in the room right now. So it's not really anything yet. What is this? Just a leaf? It looks... It almost looks like the Master Sword, but... It's a gob-like, yeah. No problem, Keegan. I just don't want to repeat it for all the other people who are aware. If you go on the Patreon, Ghosts and Goblins is the answer to your question, basically. Meant to put next there. Have you played any new games lately? I have played way more games than I should have. I'm not sure I've read a single book this year. Yeah, I'm not sure I've read a single book this year. I'm planning a no damage Picross stream. I should be taking less damage than I am. Let me tell you. I wouldn't say I usually read a lot of books, no. There was a phase a long time ago where I used to read a lot, but I don't read very much now. I would, but it's just not what I choose to spend my time on, I suppose, you know? I just care more about games, so when I have time, I just want to play games instead. Someone has been waiting for me to fill in these 3 squares for like 20 minutes now. Yeah, I would like to stream Sin and Punishment at some point, yeah. Jeez, has it really been 4 hours? You're all having fun though, right? I'm gonna have to leave a comment on this thing saying that there's not much chatter in this one because I don't want anybody to sit through fucking hours of this thing. Be 3 ones here, so they gotta be here, here, and here. Well, like I said earlier, the controls would all be digital, so I think if you're used to playing games with a keyboard, then it would play it with a keyboard just fine, but I can't really speak to that. Yeah, I think it would play fine with a keyboard, but sometimes I do play it with a keyboard. But do I really trust that this is... If that's... I don't know if I trust that, but okay. There we go. Yeah, alright. Yeah, sometimes I play it with a keyboard and I don't really enjoy it with a keyboard, but that's me. You know, I'm not used to playing games like that, so... Well, fellas. What the fuck is it? Tsuki mi dango. The moon and something? She popped back in to tell me that I read The Trial this year. But I never finished it. The moon in Antarctica. Yeah. Tsuki mi dango. It's a pretty dry book, yeah. Yeah. I would say I was enjoying it though. Just sometimes I just drop books. Just like I said, I'm busy playing my games. I think that has to be crossed out because that's the earliest place the 9 could be. If the 9 stretched over here, that wouldn't work. Oh, never mind. Oh, I was actually right, but I didn't realize it right, because this is all zeros. Okay. No, I've never read Ulysses. Ushi? Utsu or Ushi? Like I said, I get them mixed up. I'm pretty sure it's Ushi. See if that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So what am I saying here? I'm saying that the 4 has to be down here with the 1. Okay, how did I fuck that up? I'm in the wrong fucking column. 2, 3. Yeah, and this has to be a 3 then. This has to be a 7. Hello Tim, that's a lot of enthusiasm. Those things. That's too enthusiastic for this stream. That's 4. Tim says Matthew with 4 exclamation marks. That's way too many exclamation marks for this stream. Thanks for all the Matthews, chat. Thank you. Much appreciated. This looks like a controller. Kind of. What am I missing here? These can't be filled. Doesn't really get me anywhere. That can't be filled. There has to be 4 here. 2, 2. But that at least means that these can't be here. This one got a little bit tricky. Just a touch. Do I have that right? I do. 1, 2. I think that has to be filled. It does. It's got to be a 2. Ah, this was all known. Okay. There's no more space left here. 2, 2. I think it's a controller. It's very weirdly rendered though. You can't really blame them with the kind of pixels they have to work with. I wonder if it's awkward actually, the fact that it's a 15 by 15 grid rather than 16 by 16. 1, 2, 3, but nothing here. So that, okay, what did I get wrong there? Oh, right. Yeah, chunky shoulder buttons. That's not a good control. I could draw a better controller than that. Come on, man. That's not good. Get it together, Mario. That's not Mario's fault. He's just excavating all this shit, isn't he? This one looks a little bit tricky actually. Maybe this is filled in. 1, 2, X, 1, 2, X. Yeah, it is. Did I get that wrong? No. Yeah, okay. Looks kind of like a cabbage or some kind of vegetable or something. pumpkin. Maybe it's a watermelon or something. It might be a watermelon. Oh, tamanegi. It's an onion. Tamanegi. Pretty sure that means onion. Ah. For some reason I wasn't factoring in this tree here. I was thinking the trees has to be here and along here. Anyway. Maybe you should slow down a little bit. Just keep making sloppy mistakes. It's a pirate flag. Alright, where does the last bit go? Here? Yeah. Yeah, putting X's doesn't actually do anything. Wasabi, it's just a way of saying that nothing goes there. Dokuro Maku. So, Dokuro must be pirate, maybe? Dokuro. What is there? 8 per row? It's 32 mushroom puzzles. No, just skull, is it? Close to figuring out these, or at least something. Oh, here we go. This one's totally filled in. Oh. Oh. Yeah, it's not totally filled in. Okay. I mean, those two are almost certainly there, but let's play it legit. That goes there. It's gotta be a 2. Super Metroid and a Link to the Past randomizer. Yeah, forgot about that at some point. I should get on that, yeah. I did do a Link to the Past randomizer at some point, and I didn't enjoy it nearly as much. I think maybe I said this before on stream. I didn't enjoy it nearly as much as the Super Metroid random. Looks like a snowman. Yuki Daruma. Yuki Daruma. Oh, this is a 13, okay. Japanese snowmen are only 2 balls tall, actually, so about average for them. Is that true? They only make them out of 2? Usually 3, isn't it? I mean, elsewhere. I'll be back in a minute. Hello. Going to have some jellies. The hello was too high energy, apologies. Hello everyone. Hello. I'm back. I'm back. Nobody said Okairi. How did I not notice they're all zeros? Man. Okay. Some of you definitely noticed that way before I did. I would like to personally apologize for the backseat frustration you must have felt on that one. Must have been bad. Should I pick up Ghosts and Goblins Resurrected on my Switch for a trip tomorrow? Well, I like it a lot. I mean, I don't know, do you like extremely challenging games? Axiom Verge is good as well, you know? Personally, I mean, it's an apples to oranges thing, but I prefer Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection to Axiom Verge, but if you do buy Ghosts and Goblins, it's a very difficult game. So that may not be your cup of tea. If there's this column is kind of an interesting piece of logic, you know. This again makes me interested in how I would formulate this, formalize it, because this is a 1. There's 2 1s in the column above. The first one has nothing in front of it, and the second one has a 2. So, like, if there's any 1s with something in front of them, there has to be a 2. I don't know. Seems like the kind of thing, like figuring out all these rules and putting them into logic seems like it would be kind of difficult to formulate them all. I think this has to be filled. I'm just going to do it. Could have counted it all out, but I'm pretty sure it has to be filled. No problem, Michael. I don't think it was a very helpful response, but I tried. Yeah, I really like Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. I think it's a great game. It's my favourite game of last year. The only thing that gave it a run for its money was Returnal. Granted, I didn't play that many games last year, but of the games last year, Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection is my favourite. Returnal would be a close follow-up there. You know, I think being fair, Returnal is kind of more impressive because it's more an original thing, you know? And there's more going on with it. But nobody asked about Returnal, I'm just saying. But for me, it's Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. You think Resurrection is the best Ghosts and Goblins game? I would say so, yes. I haven't spent as much time with the other ones as I probably should to make that assessment. But if you ask me right now, at least, yeah, it's my favourite. There are some things that hold back the other ones that I'm just not, you know. Like Super Ghouls and Ghosts is good, but the fact that the second stage is just this really long and kind of boring auto-scroller with an annoying boss at the end that has a chance of just like mauling you and sending you back. That's a pretty big flaw, I think. I think Returnal is great. I wouldn't say the roguelite elements are the best part of it though, by any means. It's a chameleon. Thanks, Dr. Thallium. Things are going okay. Yeah, I really wanted July to be a better month than it was, but it's okay. Been doing some good things. There was no blog post this month, but I think eventually I will make up for it. Hopefully, that's the hope right now. Hi Stan, yeah, I said earlier, my earlier life as a game critic, to give the most comprehensive response, never say never. You know, the channel is not officially gone or anything. But if I go back to it, then even if I go back to it, it's hard to imagine doing reviews. I would probably do other things instead. I've talked about this before, but like basically, if I go back, it would probably be more of a topical kind of thing, exploring topics, kind of similar to what I've done on the blog so far. There's a blog post about Ghosts and Goblins for anybody who hasn't seen it. I've mentioned it a few times on streams, probably most of you are aware of it, but it's a nice blog post about Ghosts and Goblins where I talk about this idea of fuzzy fairness. And I think that's the kind of thing that could have been expanded into a video. You know, that would be the kind of thing I would be looking at of like, yeah, I could probably make a video about that if I really wanted to. And personally, if I was going back to the channel, I would just want to do things that I feel are either important, which is where the topic videos would come in, or just are more enjoyable for me than some of the stuff that I've done before, which means, you know, micro videos and things like that, because I enjoyed making those. I don't know if I want to say I enjoyed working on them, but I enjoyed making them and I'm proud of them and all that. So, you know, it's kind of in the never say never category, but I think it might end up, it would be different than it was before, you know, if I came back. Tyler says, I just hope you don't stop yourself if the spark comes around for a classic review critique, that's all. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think probably the best chance of that happening would be Breath of the Wild 2. Like, I could probably see myself being very interested in reviewing that. But like, it's not, there's a lot of games where that's just not going to happen, you know. I mean, I know people have been asking, I'm not interested in reviewing Elden Ring. You know, there's a bunch of games that I'm just not interested in reviewing that people might want me to review, but I just think that phase of the channel is gone. You know, no matter what happens with it from here, it's gone. So, I know that's disappointing to hear, but everything has to end sooner or later, you know? Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. Sorry if it was bad news or whatever. Yeah, you're right about that wrench, I would say, but, you know. Well, again, out of the question is stronger phrasing than I would use, but yeah. I think that has to be the 1 and that has to be the 4. Cutie. Looked like a cucumber, but I don't know. Scary Man says, I don't mean this as an insult to your creativity, but I genuinely don't think you could top meta micro videos as a send-off for the channel. Well, it was designed with that in mind. I don't know though, don't count me out on that front. My gut instinct is to agree with you, because it's how I felt right when I made it. And so when I made it, I was like, I don't think I'm ever going to get a better opportunity to stop than this. So, but as a result of having that thought, I immediately tried to come up with something better, you know? And I do have some ideas for stuff that I could do. It would be, I think it would have to be another micro videos compilation though. I don't think that there's any way to get around that. But I think that maybe there's other ones I could do that might equal it at least. Are you running a secret review channel without the subs? You know, honestly, the thought crossed my mind, but no. there's a 7 here. That has to be a 1 then. How did you feel about Exapunks, if you don't mind saying? Suppose I might as well. I mean, I kind of wanted to review it. But that's never going to happen, is it? Never say never. But yeah, that's never going to happen. I like it a lot, but yeah, I do have some problems with it. I think for me, the biggest problem is that, or one of the biggest problems that I remember anyway, I never finished the bonus campaign, by the way, so take this with a grain of salt. But one of the biggest problems with it was I don't think the test cases were comprehensive enough. That really bugged me about it. Yeah, I know, believe me, Zenny, I know, the thought has occurred to me. With Zachtronics closing, it's my one opportunity to ever actually have a finished review series that nobody can pester me about. But you know, Zach, like, you say that, but then Zach will go and release another game whenever, even if it's just by himself. You know, he made, my understanding is that he made TIS and Melec Synthes pretty much by himself until the end, when maybe they, you know, got somebody else on board to do some music and a bit of art or whatever. He's mostly responsible for those games, at least. So he'll probably release another game at some point, and then I'm just back in the same situation, you know, people wanting a review, another one. It never ends, you know. Anyway, but the thought has occurred to me. What was I saying? Exapunks. Yeah, the test cases. It really bugged me because it seems like such an obvious problem, you know? The test cases, I think that it's the one, I think the most obvious example is, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's one where it's either where you're breaking the encryption or whatever it is on the console, or maybe it's something else. I can't remember, but it's basically, there's some kind of number that's crucial to the puzzle, which is between 0 and 999, I believe. Maybe 9999, because I think that's the largest number X's can handle. But there's like this key number that you have to figure out or something that's between 0 and 999. But the test cases, if you actually step through them all, the test cases, the minimum is something like 3, and the maximum is something like 997 or something like that. I think maybe it does cover the maximum case. Maybe the maximum is 999 or whatever. But the minimum case turned out to be like 2, because I think when they were making the game for Exapunks, they just kind of had their own, like, they must have systematized every level that was in the game so that it would automatically generate tests, because there's something like 100 tests for every level. So it must be systematized so that it just spits out 100 tests for this thing, because it knows the constraints, and then those are the ones that make it into the game. But it never tests the case of 0 or, you know, 1 or something like that. So yeah, so it just means if you want to make a really efficient solution, like if you want to get the best cycle score, then you want to take the exit and you want to manually increment it, first of all, to what you know to be the minimum test case value, you know? And yeah, there you go. So that was a big problem with the game, I think. As I think that kept happening in various levels, that there was just little test cases that weren't accounted for, and I just couldn't help myself thinking, you know, Why? Like, because I don't want to exploit it. It ends up in unsatisfying territory to me, because I don't want to exploit that, because I know that that's a bad solution to what the problem is imagined to be. But on the other hand, I don't want to use it either, you know? So I just end up in this middle ground where I'm kind of unhappy with how it turns out, you know? I actually think there's kind of a similar thing with 20th Century Food Court. Because I think that the scoring system works on worst case, and I don't think that that's satisfying. I think it's unsatisfying for it to be worst case rather than just all of your score put together, because it was an opportunity for them to actually have, like, the cool thing about 20th Century Food Court is that it actually tests every possible case, is always tested, which is cool. But if it's worst case, then you can do little hacks knowing that some of the outcomes are unimportant, and so they don't need to be sped up, you know? I really like Exapunks overall, though. I mean, I like all of the Zachtronics games overall. I don't mean to be negative. That was just one of the negative things that jumped out at me about the game. You've only been able to finish Opus Magnum? Yeah. Well, since, you know, the whole Zachtronics is over thing, I don't think I stressed this very much in the reviews. Maybe I could have stressed it more. But I also, like, this is kind of a spoiler, so spoiler for Zachtronics games. Spoiler alert for Zachtronics games if you haven't beaten them. If you haven't beaten them, not even if you haven't played them, but if you haven't beaten them. One of my favorite things about them, though, is just that so many times when you get to the end of their games, there's actually a cool reward in terms of gameplay. I never talked about it in the review. I kept it. Sometimes I just don't talk about things in review because I don't want to spoil them, because I know people are going to watch the video and get them spoiled anyway. And really, there was nothing important to say about it that wasn't covered in other parts of the review anyway. But like in Space Chem, I did not expect the final level to be what it was. The last level of Space Chem is really cool. And Space Chem is totally linear, and it's one of the hardest Zachtronics games to get to the end. So the number of people who legitimately got to the end of that game must be vanishingly small. And yet, if you do, there's something really cool there waiting for you. And I think that there's other moments like that. Like, and sometimes it's small or smallish, like Shenzhen. I have a playlist on this channel called Assorted Favorites, which is just music, and there's a Shenzhen IO track in there, and the reason it's in there is because it's a track that only plays in the last, if I remember right, it only plays in the last two puzzles of the bonus campaign, which is really deep into the game. And there's just something cool about playing a game so much, and you, like, by this point you've played Shenzhen for hours and hours on end, hearing the same tracks several times each, sometimes for an hour or more at a time. And then you get to the last two levels and this new music kicks in, and it's such a great feeling to have this new piece of music play all of a sudden. It just really made an impression on me, you know, so that's the one that I put into my playlist. Even though there are other tracks that probably better represent Shengen's music overall. That was the one that made an impression on me, you know? So. Lucky guess with those 6 blocks could only prove 5. These ones? This is 5, this is a 2x2. That was proven. I am curious, you know, like there's some things that are better assessed just by watching yourself back playing a game. Because I'm sure I must make mistakes that I don't actually recognize way more often than I think. But I don't know if I made a mistake there. Someone says I did, but I don't know. That part was proven to me. No, the 7 in column 3. No, the 7-3 column. Oh, okay. Okay, I took this up too far or something. I'd have to watch it back. I believe you. I believe you. The worst thing about it is they're probably not even consequential. That probably would have... Once this part was solved, that part probably would have been solved automatically anyway, I don't know. Looks like a pear. Yo, Nashi. Yeah, it does have time penalties for mistakes, but only if you fill a square that isn't filled. It doesn't know which ones you can prove logically. So it's only if you end up overstepping. did I get this wrong? Just thought there was too many more blocks there than there actually was. That's 9 now though. Should change the music again. This is my favorite. I'm guessing you don't mind if I bias towards this music. I think it's the best. That could be a 2 actually. I think I have this one. Yep. Oh, that has to be a 2. The last horror game you played? Probably Fatal Frame. Fatal Frame 3, I think it was. One of the ones on the PS2 anyway. Not big into horror games. Subject 53 says, finally played Ghost Trick on your recommendation, Matthew, and I want to thank you for introducing me to the greatest game story I've experienced. You're welcome. It's a lot of fun. I also played Ghost Trick a few years ago by your recommendation. I'm glad. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. It's nice to be able to recommend stuff. You never made a recommendation for Alien Soldier, but I played it after watching one of your streams, and now it's my second favourite game of all time, only after Resi 4. That's great. It's a great game. It's a really great game. Yeah, it's a very light-hearted story, yeah. It's got a cartoonish quality to it, but it's very enjoyable. Besides Alien Soldier, what are some of your other favourite Mega Drive games? Streets of Rage 2, definitely. I don't know which Sonic game I would pick, but either 2 or 3 Knuckles are obviously very good. Rocket Knight is good. Streets of Rage 2 is probably my next favourite after Alien Soldier, I would say. This is one of those things that I wrote down, and who knows, like I said, never say never. But I don't know how I would fit this into a topic or whatever, because it's more about just the experience of being me than it is about a game, which is generally something that I try. I mean, being a critic, there has to be a certain amount of you in there, but I try not to dwell on that kind of shit too much, because I don't think it's that important at the end of the day. But I think playing Streets of Rage 2 at such a young age, I was very young when I played that game for the first time. I mean, very young. I must have been, I don't know, whenever it came out. I must have been 6, I want to say, when I played that. I was very young, and I've always been interested in action games and stuff. Well, I kind of fell out of action games for a little while, honestly, but you know, generally, like, I liked Streets of Rage 2 when I played it for the first time. And I played other beat 'em ups through the years, and at one point I even like really went heavy into beat 'em ups to, you know, explore the genre and figure out my feelings on it and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like when I did that, a large part of my experience of going through the beat 'em up genre was just coming to understand that Streets of Rage 2 was actually really fucking good. It wasn't just that I was a kid. It was like, anytime I picked up a beat 'em up game, I'm struggling to enjoy it as much as Streets of Rage 2. And you just, you know, you can't help but wonder, is it nostalgia? Is it like you were young and impressionable when you played this the first time, and maybe that's why you have trouble with other ones, and maybe you just don't like beat 'em ups that much, you know, maybe that's the problem. But no, I think like for a while I was asking those questions to myself, but eventually I just went, no, it's just that Streets of Rage 2 was that good. You know what I mean? It's just that Streets of Rage 2 is that good, and the other ones just haven't stacked up to it. And I think what helped me get there is playing stuff that basically is as good as Streets of Rage 2. Like Battle Circuit is really good, really good beat 'em up. It's a little bit more fast paced than I would like. But you know, I was playing that and I was getting a similar kind of enjoyment out of it that I got out of Streets of Rage, and I'm like, yeah, this is cool. You know, like I really do like beat 'em ups, you know, and Streets of Rage 4 is really good as well. Yeah, I think Streets of Rage 4 is arguably better. Streets of Rage 4 is really good. I love that game as well. So, you know, it's like, no, I don't hate beat 'em ups. It's just that Streets of Rage 2 set a really high bar really early for me that was difficult for anything else to get over, you know? I think it's maybe the only genre where that's happened to me. I don't know, arguably kind of happened to me with Devil May Cry as well, but I couldn't honestly say that when Devil May Cry came out that I was that I was really into it on the level that I'm into it now, you know? So... yeah, Sengoku 3 is pretty fun. I don't think Sengoku 3 stacks up to Streets of Rage 2, or Battle Circuit, or Streets of Rage 4, but it's good. And... or it's decent, you know? But, like, a lot of those beat-em-ups are just... they're just, you know, it was just something that was pumped out into the arcade. And that's it. And, you know, to be fair, the developers probably had an extremely limited amount of time to get it right. Like, I'm not dumping on them or anything. But, it was just like, yeah, it's okay, you know? But Streets of Rage 2... now there's a fucking game, you know what I mean? Like, another example is Golden Axe. I always enjoyed Golden Axe when I was younger even, you know, and to this day I think I still enjoy it. Another scrap thing that I've never written, but I think Golden Axe is probably the first beat 'em up that really holds up. That's, like, you could play it today and have a good time. Of the ones that I've played, it's probably the earliest one that's like, yeah, you could play this today and still enjoy it, you know? I'm pretty sure it predates Streets of Rage, even Streets of Rage 1. But it still doesn't stack up to the likes of Streets of Rage 2. No, I haven't played the new TMNT. I will though, I will. I've been playing a lot of games this year, more than I should have. More than I should have. Don't tell the patrons. There's no patrons watching this stream, so, but don't tell them. Oh, I thought that was a... had those numbers reversed in my head. It's a knowledge gathering exercise. Actually, to be fair to myself, it really has been a lot of the time. Sometimes it's not. I mean, like, there's arguably no benefit to me playing Returnal right now. Or even the new Ratchet and Clank or whatever, but you kind of don't know what's going to be useful. I played the whole Blaster Master trilogy, and it was enjoyable. But I don't think it's had any influence on me whatsoever, you know? Whereas I sat down and played Dragon's Crown, and I'm like, oh yeah. We could have this. Are these just bubbles? Shibondama. Shabondama. Shabondama. Still haven't finished Blaster Master 02. That was my favourite of the trilogy, personally. So I don't know that I could genuinely say that something better is over the horizon. But 3 was pretty good as well. Yeah, the ending in 03 was very cool. Yeah, I think... see, I don't think any of the individual Blaster Master games are that remarkable, but I do think it was a surprisingly good series. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of being... in terms of how it evolved and kind of honoured itself as a series, I thought that they actually did a really good job with it in that regard. I'm kind of overstating it here. I'm overstating it here a bit, but I was playing it and I was thinking, this is the way sequels should be. You know, it was like, this is it. Like, it's... I'm maybe giving it too much praise there, but it's... Yeah. I was playing them and I'm thinking, yeah, this is the way sequels should be. It expands on it in a meaningful way. It doesn't dwell on everything that was in the previous games, but it expands on them and it feels like it kind of evolves in a way that makes sense and goes to a different place and stuff. So yeah, I really enjoyed that aspect of it. It's kind of a hard thing to quantify because I couldn't say that the games are amazing just taken on their own merits. But for me anyway, it was really enjoyable just to play a series where I felt like, yes, this is how you do it. This is how you do it as a series, you know? Yeah, Kamiya's blocking stuff is really overrated. If you're nice to him, he's nice to you. That's what it seems like to me. By the way, actually, this is... I should probably say this again. I should have just tweeted at him. Don't know why I didn't. I should have just tweeted at the guy. Somebody... I asked Kamiya something a while back and he never responded to me. I asked him for like a button prompt thing. I know why I didn't tweet, because I wanted to give him a special shout out. But now it's buried. Now it's buried 5.5 hours into a Picross stream. But basically, sorry. But basically, I asked Kemi a question and he forgot to answer me. It was about changing the music in the Wonderful 101 back to its original version, because there's 2 of them that are... they got remixed and, you know, it might be nice to play with the original music instead. And there was a way to do that, but nobody had figured it out. And Kamiya had alluded to it. Anyway, I asked him and he said, I'll check, but then he never got back to me. Somebody else followed up on it and said, I'd like to know as well. And then Kamiya finally got back to me. And I never actually told this to anybody else. I think I retweeted it when Kamiya sent it back. But basically, yeah, there's a button combination that you can press on the main screen. It's like the platinum code. I forget exactly what it is. It's like triangle, X, circle, square, up, down, left, right, or something like that. And when you do it, you can play with the original tables turn and one stoppable music. The reason I asked this, of course, didn't say this to Camia, but the reason I asked this is I want to put it into Teo form. I tried, but unfortunately the hook that causes the music to change is being a little bit elusive. And I don't want to say wasted time, but I spent some time on Teo form that probably would have been better spent elsewhere at the time. So I'm not going back to it for a little while. Ah, thank you, Wrench. Thank you, Wrench. Yeah, so just for anybody watching, you hold ZR on the title screen, and then oh yeah, you hold ZR and the start button, is it? This is the cross key. I tried it out and it works, but I can't remember. Cross key, by which he means the start button on a switch. And you press up, down, left, right, X, B, Y, A. A jingle rings when you're successful, and then the background music will be changed. Thank you, Wrench. Thank you. Yeah. So I'll try to get that into Teo form for the 6 Teo form users out there. I'll try and get that into Teo form at some point, but I gave it a brief shot, and it wasn't. I gave it a try briefly, and it wasn't as easy as I hoped it would be. So, but I'll try it again at some point. Alright, where are we? I feel like I've lost my footing in this puzzle. Pretty sure that has to be closed off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the 2 doesn't reach, so that's closed at the moment. Those are closed. Okay, now we're rolling. You've only played the remastered version, so you don't know what you're missing. Well, if you try that prompt, you can get the original music back. Basically, the new compositions are nice, but and from what I've seen, a few other people who have messaged me on Twitter agree that the original versions have a little bit more punch to them. Especially Tables Turn. I personally don't think I have a problem at all with the remix of the Wonderful 101, or the One-Stoppable, whatever it's called. But for Tables Turn, which is the thing that plays when the tables turn on the boss, there's like drums in it. Boom, 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 boom. That's just punchier, I think. And it just gives it a bit more weight. That was a mistake right there. I didn't get punished for it, but that was a mistake. It wasn't proven that was a 2. So here's an example of me getting away with one. I don't think Sol Cresta will go on sale until the limited run version is out. I'm guessing that's why it hasn't gone on sale yet. Because they don't want anybody who bought that to feel like they're getting ripped off or something. one took a while, but it looks like it's coming to an end. It looks like a motorbike, maybe. Kind of. No, there would have to be... I thought maybe a person would be sitting over here. It looked kind of like a motorbike doing a wheelie. Now we're talking. We can cross all these off. That was an input error. Is it a wheelbarrow, maybe? I talked about the latest Bayonetta trailer, but not very much. I can't say I've scrutinized it or anything like that. I'm just kind of letting the game come out, and I'll enjoy it when it comes out, you know? Definitely be getting it on day one. But I think it could go either way, but too early to make a call on it. Obviously, you know. I'm interested to see what they can do with the new gameplay. I hope it'll be good. I've said this before though, at least I think I have on stream, whereas for me, you know, one of the things about it that's, you know, kind of reassuring is that Kamiya is chief game designer at Platinum now, right? I think I talked about this before. Basically, I kind of like, as a result of that, I expect that Platinum's output in general will improve. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't know if that trade-off is worth it to me personally. If it ends up making the games that Kamiya directs weaker, which there's no guarantee that it does, you know, but if it does, that trade-off kind of isn't worth it to me, because I would rather just have a really, really fucking great game than a bunch of good games, you know what I mean? Baby car. Baby car? A pram? Baby car. Baby car. I think it's a pram. Now I know where all that 10 is, but I'll pretend I don't. That's been known since the start. It's always funny when you're there trying to solve the problem and you come across something that you realize could have been the very first thing that you filled in. Well, at least some of this is empty, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here. So, going from here. Yeah, it looks like a bomb to me. That's gotta be filled. Yeah, I should be looking at the columns rather than the rows. That's done. See, if I had full trust in myself, knowing that I put an X there must mean that this is filled, but I just want to count it up anyway. There we go. Back go down. Yes, Nefarious Bear gets it right. Back go down. Good morning, Fike. Where are you that it's morning now? Must be somewhere in Europe, right? You actually don't have to say where you're from. From Germany. Yeah, you have to hand over your address. Okay, we're gonna verify that you live in Germany, okay? These are the kinds of rows I don't like. I know I can work them out, but it's kind of annoying. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, X, 1, X, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think this can't be a 2. This looks promising. 1, 2, 1, 8. Is Xenoblade something Matt is interested in? No. No, not really. I played the first Xenoblade on... What was it, on the Switch? Not the Switch, the fucking... the Wii. But I never finished it. I like the music and I like the environments. What's your take on the ever-expanding list of quirky, text-based RPG adventures? I don't want to use the term Earthbound-likes because they are often pretty different, but you know what I mean. I haven't played that many of them. I played some. I mean, if you'd count One Shot as one of them, Undertale, things like that. I don't know, I really haven't played enough to form an opinion on the kind of revival or genre, if you want to call it that, as a whole. It's not my preferred style of game. Yakan. I think it's a teapot, but I'm not sure. Looks like it. Yeah, it's hard to describe. I think the kind of stuff that makes Earthbound work is not something that's easily capturable, you know? Like for me at least, it's more than just having kind of quirky enemies and stuff, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that all those games are like that or anything. Like I said, I don't have enough experience with the genre, but it just seems like the kind of thing that would Earthbound, I mean, it seems like the kind of thing that would be easy to try to replicate and get it like completely wrong. You know what I mean? Just because it's one of those things that's probably harder than it looks like on the surface. Yeah, the Americana feel, I don't know, there's more to it than that though. I mean, it's kind of like a million little things, you know? I don't know how much I really want to say. I'm no Earthbound expert, I only played the game once. But to me it's almost a game like about nostalgia and stuff. And I think that's why it has an Americana theme, because even though only a certain subset of the world is American, there is a lot of was kind of like an American monopoly on media around the time that Earthbound mimics, you know, in the E.T. period, right, in the Blockbuster era, when Blockbusters came on the scene, they kind of had a monopoly there for a while, and I think as a result it's kind of a cultural touchstone that a lot of the world shares in common. more of the world than you would think, you know? Like for example, how many people know about Terminator, right? Or about Alien, you know, the xenomorph Alien, or Jaws. Not a big fan of that film myself, but you know, films like that, right? How many people know about those films and have seen them, or things like them? Well over 1 billion, right? There's over a Back to the Future. That's a perfect example as well, Wrench. How many people have seen Back to the Future? Over 1 billion, would you guess? I would guess over 1 billion, personally. Especially if we're counting all the time since it came out, wherein more people have been born and some of those people have gone and watched it, right? How many people have watched Back to the Future? Probably over 1 billion. So the Americana thing is not just, oh, it's quirky, it's different from other RPGs, It's, here's something that we all kind of have in common, right? Or at least if you're living in the time, Star Wars, yeah, if you're living in the time when Earthbound came out, or you know, even in the few years since, here's something that we all have in common. We all know what this is like, what this kind of slice of Americana is like. That's what makes it work. It's not, oh, it's America and that's quirky because you haven't seen that in an RPG before, right? That's not it. That's not, and maybe that's what they were thinking when they made it, right? Maybe that's why they did it that way. I don't give a shit. That's not what makes it work when you actually play it. You know what I mean? So it's the kind of game where you could probably mention a million little things like that all just kind of come together and work in harmony with each other, you know? So I think setting out to capture the vibe of Earthbound is probably a really bad goal to have. But like I'm saying, I actually do not even have a single game in mind as a criticism here when I'm talking about it. That's how unfamiliar I am with most of these things. So I'm not talking about any game in particular. Just saying. I would say Mother 3 has more Earthbound, or sorry, Scary Man says Earthbound felt very Americana, but Mother 3 felt very Japanese. I think it has more Japanese elements in it, but it still has a lot of an American vibe. I mean, the beginning of the game is like Wild West kind of vibe. So, yeah. I feel like this is another one I've lost the run of it. I think I'm getting burned out here. Might call it quits soon. It's only been 6 hours. Is that enough for you all? Have you had enough Picross for one day? Do I need to keep the Picross going? I tell you, I play Picross to relax, as I keep saying, and I put it on as a stream. I'm like, I kind of want to play this anyway, and if I stream it, I'll feel like I've still been productive, but it has seriously backfired because this stream, I'm sure some of you are enjoying it, and that's great. but this stream is not productive. You know what I mean? I don't know. Some streams have little gems in them, little, you know, nice little discussions and things. This is just me playing Picross for 6 hours. It really doesn't add that much value to the world in the grand scheme of things. I've just wasted 6 hours. On a good day, streaming is like a good way to trick myself into thinking I've been productive so I can relax, you know? What I'm saying is, that trick is not going to work today. It doesn't apply. It was hubris to think I could stream Picross and come out the other end feeling good about what I'd just done. Forgive me, chat. Forgive me. Oh, it's obvious that's not. Oh. We made a balls of that one at the end, okay. What is it this time? The Yoshi's Island stream was good, yeah. Yeah. Coffee mill. It's a coffee mill. When are you gonna give up the pretense and just stream full time while getting drunk? The thought has occurred to me, man. The thought has occurred to me. Yeah, it's a pretty long game. Yeah, the Yoshi's Island stream was good. That's what a good stream looks like. No, I should stop shit talking this. It's annoying because some people are genuinely gonna enjoy this. You know, some of you already have genuinely enjoyed it, and that's nice. And then when you end up talking about these things, it just gets all meta. You know, you talk about the very content that you're generating. It's just fucking tiresome. It's stupid. Alright, let's let it be what it is. I'm over here generating content, okay? And you need to just let it be what it is. Honey, don't talk to me while I'm generating content. Generating content has a terrific dystopian ring to it. It sure fucking does. Sure fucking does. Oh, it's a plug. I don't think I'll be streaming Picross again, so say goodbye to this game once this stream is over. I'm looking forward to playing more. I'm just not going to stream it anymore. Yeah, all the Picross games are basically the same. There's some that add colour, so that the numbers will be in a different colour, and it means that the things are in a different colour. There's a 3D variant as well, so they're not all the same, but very similar premise to all of them, yeah. And there's a lot of them that are just this, but with more puzzles. Kind of a tricky one. I think that has to be a tree. Yeah, because it can't be that the first tree is here, it wouldn't fit. So that has to be a tree, that has to be a 1. It's probably a 1. See you later. See you later. That's gotta be filled. What is this thing anyway? It's tiny. Oh, it's glasses. Mega and A. That's almost certainly filled in, but I haven't proven it yet. This gotta be filled. Yeah. Do I? No. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Mega A. Sunglassu. Sunglassu. Might have made a mistake there, that was going really smoothly. Is it beer? Beer to jockey? Presume it's beer jug. You ever think of doing a 2-day game jam maybe as a breather for my project? Maybe. I have so many thoughts about what I want to do, man. I don't know what the fuck I want to do. I don't fucking know, man. Yeah, I was thinking of trying to do something as quickly as possible just to get something over with. Like, the the stuff that I've done so far is very easily... Like I said earlier, we haven't exactly moved into the content generation phase yet, you know what I mean? So... Or that's what we're stepping into now, you know? So a lot of the work that I've done so far is kind of generalizable. And that makes it good for building other stuff. Like I could build a little platformer or something very quickly now. I could build a good little platformer quickly, you know, with nice little animations and nice things going on. I don't know. Part of me's thinking maybe I should be prototyping Procyon as well. Could be doing that. Because again, like I said earlier, maybe that's a better avenue to explore. But on the other hand, I don't want to start, you know... It's tough to know what is or isn't a bad idea. Like, I already moved on from Proxima, so... It seems like kind of a bad idea to do anything else. You know, you want to limit moving on from a project. Or not even moving on, I just mean me working on something else while allowing the artist to do her thing. Generate enemies and stuff like that. Because it's going to take a while, you know? So maybe I need to do something else. I just wish it was more balanced. You know, right now it feels like the workload is imbalanced. So I feel like I probably should be doing something else. Well, I have done some other things. I have worked on some other things. Might be good just for the small opportunity cost of doing it, yeah. Might be. I would enjoy it. I would enjoy just getting to use all the tools and just do something different with them. I just don't think I have any idea that I'd be happy to see brought to fruition in like 2 days, or even just, you know, I don't know. It really shouldn't be so strange that the workload is imbalanced right now, because I was working on it by myself, basically. So, you know, I had a big head start. Shogi, whatever that was. Oh, that was a mistake. Yeah, I'm trying to swap the music. Time passes quicker when you're playing though, you know? Kind of wish you just loop through the tracks itself. Well, I don't know. One of them seems pretty bad. Yeah, I suppose it's better this way. That was actually another criticism of Exapunks. Someone was asking about Exapunks earlier. I think that they should have changed how they did the music for it. I think you should have had a little music player in the game. And then, you know, maybe they could have commissioned some other indie devs to compose music for it or something so that they would have a lot of music. And you would be able to just change track whenever you wanted then, you know? That can't be right. Something went wrong here. Yeah, that has to be filled, so that's... Oh, what the fuck? Okay, something went really wrong there. This looks like the Loch Ness Monster. I suppose that wasn't so much a criticism of Exapunks as a here's what I think they should have done instead ism. To be precise. It looks like it's jumping, whatever it is. Don't tell me this is supposed to be a fucking horse. That can't be right. Why did I do that? Is it a turtle? Nessie? Glad to hear that, Skirg. Skirg says, been giving Bayonetta another chance after seeing your video, by which he means how to enjoy Bayonetta, with the tutorial video. Just finished my hard playthrough and have been loving it. Yeah. Just knowing about dodge offset and utilizing it and stuff makes a big difference. Obviously it gets better just in general as you get used to the controls and all that as well, but that's the number one thing really, isn't it? I think it would be best to call it quits soon. Kinda don't want to because I feel like I haven't... Like I said, I don't think this is going to make me feel like I accomplished anything today. But playing more Picross isn't gonna solve that. You know, sometimes you just dig yourself into a Picross hole. And more Picross isn't gonna help after a certain point. Is it Picross or Picross? What do you reckon? It's a sunk cost fallacy, yes, Zenny. That's exactly what it is. Sunk cost. Just keep playing, dude. I'm not getting anything else done today, though, I can tell you that. This was it. This was today. Kind of like a dodo to me. Yeah, portmanteau of picture and cross. Picross. Happy Superface bot. Dust Force thanks to your recommendation video and it became one of my favorite platformers. Well, glad that worked out. Haven't played it in a while myself. It's great. It's a really great game. It's all just big numbers left, and I don't want to do maths. Okay, close that off. Looks kind of like a camel, actually. It has one hump. It's a dromedary, apparently. Okay, where are we? I'm guessing that these two are filled in. These and these, because this 9 probably can't reach it. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that can't be filled, and that can't be filled, and these have to be here. And that's what we needed to crack through. And break on through to the other side. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's the same length there. That's all closed off now. I think it's supposed to be a camel. 5, 7, that has to be filled now. And that. Is this totally... yeah, that's totally filled. I think. Mikan. Oranges. Mandarins. Whatever. I don't know what exactly type of orange it is, but it's an orange. Oh, that wasn't proven there. Okay, we'll just prove it later. That's it. That has to be a 5. It's a boat. About 8, 9. It looks like a pot. Oh. Let's see, 151. A bucket? It's just a bucket. Yeah, it's just a bucket. There you go. This is filled in entirely. It's filled entirely as well. This one looks like it might become kind of difficult now. And this whole thing's done. Okay, seriously, I'm gonna call it quits soon. Maybe after this one? Yeah, I think this is the last one, okay? Oh, this is an annoying one. Okay. I don't know, I might just leave it here. I'm actually just completely run out of steam all of a sudden. No, I didn't pass out. I'm okay. I was just stretching my legs for a second. I'm definitely gonna end it here though. This is gonna take a few minutes just to solve all this. Okay, one. Yeah, sorry if I scared everybody. that's a 1. I don't know, somebody solve this for me, please. Okay, I gotta go to inroad now. Looks like a fan. Hey. Yeah, I don't know, I'm very fatigued all of a sudden. I need to stop. I've been sitting down this whole time. I really need to stand up and move around for a while. Okay, that's it. That's your lot. That was Picross. The Picross finally caught up with me, yeah, it really did. That last one I thought I might get stumped on it or something. Yeah, this isn't even the whole game. This is just the mushroom course. Still a star course after this, and maybe another hidden course after that, if the previous Picross games are anything to go by. I will I promise I won't stream Picross again. I will stream something else. I'll stream Alien Soldier again. If I forget to put a comment on this saying that it's that I'm not talking, will someone else do it for me? I'll probably remember. Hope to see you play Castlevania sometime. Yeah, maybe I'll play a Castlevania at some point, yeah. Oh, I really need a stretch. Build your whole career around Picross moving forward. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna go. Thanks for tuning in. I don't think that there was much discussion or much intrigue or whatever. So I hope it was at least relaxing. Hope some of you find this relaxing, nice background noise maybe. And I'll see you again soon. I don't know when that will be. But I'll see you again. Bye bye everybody.